Chapter 491, The Formation of the Longevity Body. Achoo! Chen Mobai, who was meditating, suddenly sneezed. Another autumn and winter has arrived. He came out of the wooden house, looked at the fallen leaves fluttering in the cold wind, and couldn't help but sigh. The higher one's cultivation level, the faster time seems to pass. At the beginning of the year, the Golden Core realm was just established in the Wangu cave heaven of the immortal sect. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. However, the main issue was that it took a long time to guide Meng Huinger through her breakthrough. Achoo! Another sneeze. Chen Mobai scratched his head in surprise. Since he achieved success in his cultivation, he had never experienced a cold or fever. Is someone thinking about him behind his back? Did he sense my thoughts? Yes. All right, I've been praying to him for 49 days using the nightmare prayer technique. Even if this person has a strong fate and can withstand the curse, he will start to have nightmares from time to time, and his mind will be exhausted. With bright red bloodstains on his face and wearing a strange black and red robe, Tu Deahu arose from a pale altar made of various bird, beast, and fish bones and said confidently, "This is a Xuan Tian Wu Jin Dan, mysterious heaven black gold pill." During those 49 days, Zhao Xuankang personally witnessed Tu Deahu worshipping on the altar before a straw effigy inscribed with Chen Gixian's name and birth date. As an elder in the Xuanxiao Dao Palace who was specifically in contact with the demonic forces, he was certain that Tu Deahua was not playing any tricks. "When will you give me the other one? There has to be a deadline, right? If it drags on, I can't come to your Xuanxiao immortal city." Tu Deahua opened the bottle, poured out the contents to check, and after confirming that the pill was fine, he started thinking about the second one. "We have already made a vow of faith to each other, so why should you worry?" Zhao Xuankang smiled slightly, then pointed to the straw figure that had turned an unusually dark red after being worshipped for 49 days. "Here you go. If this happens again, you can come to me again." After receiving the pill, Tu Deahua was actually quite satisfied and generously gave the straw figure representing Chen Gixian to Zhao Xuankang. "Can you also worship Huang Jinglu, the Taoist of Yu Rai Hai?" Zhao Xuankang said a name that made Tu Deahua immediately shake his head. "I'll leave aside the disciples of major sects who have nascent soul cultivators in charge. The reason I've survived until now is because I'm cautious and never provoke major sects like you." After hearing this, Zhao Xuankang didn't exchange any more words with the demonic cultivator and simply turned and left. "This guy looks very friendly, but he's the most ruthless person in the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Should we move?" After watching Zhao Xuankang leave, Tu Deahua hesitated. After all, they were demonic cultivators, and outside of the Dongli region, everyone hated them. There are even many cultivators who specialize in robbing and killing demonic cultivators to obtain cultivation resources. After considering it for a while, Tu Deahua thought that he had been operating here for a long time, and as long as he did not encounter nascent soul cultivators, he could rely on the formation to hold off even 3 or 4 core formation cultivators for a period of time. Moreover, he has recently established a relationship with a major demonic sect, so he doesn't really need to be wary of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, whose nascent soul Grand Elder is nearing the end of his life. "Let's be cautious and set up a small teleportation array." However, all the demonic cultivators were masters of self-preservation. After making his decision, Tu Deahua went to the eastern Wu region to find a large immortal cultivation family that he often cooperated with. Having personally set up a teleportation array on an unnamed deserted island, Tu Deahua felt at ease returning to seclusion to take the Xuan Tian Wu Jin Dan, a type of elixir. Chen Mobai had forgotten when the last time he was sick was. Although it was just a common cold and fever, it was a very strange thing for him, who cultivated the pure Yang Dharma body and had abundant Yang energy, and who should theoretically be immune to all diseases. Achoo! After sneezing 3 times in a row, he took the medicine that Zhuo Ming had prepared and drank it all in one gulp. "Master, Minister Zheng said that you missed your junior sister too much and were so distracted that you caught a cold. You will be fine after taking this round of medicine." Besides Zhuo Ming, his eldest disciple Liu Wenbai was also there. He had already exchanged for Foundation establishment pills and was preparing for his second Foundation establishment. Alas, I can only hope that Xuaner has been chosen by a reclusive master and taken away as his successor. To be honest, although Chen Mobai felt that his relationship with his missing apprentice was okay, it shouldn't have reached the point where he was sick with longing. However, having grown up in the immortal sect, he has always had great faith in doctors' judgments. Besides being the head of the alchemy department, Zheng Wuyu was also the most outstanding physician in the Shenmu sect. Since he said that he fell ill because he missed Luo Yixuan, then that must be the case. "Master, junior sister is blessed with good fortune and will be all right." Liu Wenbai could only say nice things. Chen Mobai had already asked him to check Luo Yixuan's soul lamp to confirm that she was still alive. "I've just caught a cold. You two don't need to stay by my side to take care of me. Go and do your own things." Master had some matters to attend to in the eastern wilderness, and the disciple was determined to show the utmost filial piety. Therefore, Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming, upon receiving the news, have been diligently serving him at the Longevity Wood Dojo recently. But Chen Mobai was a little unaccustomed to it. He had hands and feet, and with his pure Yang Dharma body and Longevity Tao body, he felt almost completely recovered from a mere cold in just one night. The two apprentices exchanged a glance, then obediently left the cabin. However, Chen Mobai sensed that they had not left the Longevity Wood Dojo and had remained at the base of the tree roots. Since his apprentice was so filial, Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't try to drive him away anymore. The next day, after he felt much better, he called both of them up and began his long-awaited preaching, teaching, and resolving of doubts. Liu Wenbai's question was naturally about Foundation establishment. Chen Mobai used the formless puppet to help him deduce it and found that the probability of success was 50-50. It all comes down to a single thought. Well, with the foundation laid by the previous Foundation establishment, your physical body has already undergone the transformation of tendons and marrow. The medicinal power of the Foundation establishment pill can be allocated more to qi condensation and spiritual astral projection, giving you a 70% chance of successfully establishing your foundation. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking encouragingly, Liu Wenbai, who had been feeling uneasy, instantly became much more confident. "Thank you, Master." After Liu Wenbai, it was Zhuo Ming's turn. She asked questions about spiritual plants. During that year, relying on her supernatural powers of the all things spiritual connection, coupled with the unique conditions of Giant Tree Ridge, she easily became a third-tier spirit plant cultivator. In the eastern wilderness, the certification requirements for various cultivation arts are quite lenient. As long as one can take care of a third-tier spiritual plant, it is considered successful. In the immortal sect, when taking the exam for a third-tier profession, 10 professions are randomly selected from a question bank, and the top 10% of the candidates in that session are allowed to pass. The third-tier spiritual plant that Zhuo Ming takes care of is the Golden Sun spiritual tree, which is the most abundant in Giant Tree Ridge. However, after becoming a third-tier spirit plant master, she felt that there was still a lot she needed to learn. So while she was working hard to use the supernatural power of the all things spiritual connection to communicate with spirit plants and enrich herself, she would also come to Chen Mobai for advice from time to time. She discovered that, although her master was no longer as skilled as her in the art of cultivating spiritual plants, his understanding and knowledge of the entire spiritual plant system still gave her a great shock every moment. For example, in the tea gardens of Xian'anchen, Zhuoming knows how to care for each tea tree to ensure its survival, and under what conditions it can produce the tenderest buds. However, none of the tea trees in the tea garden could ever grow to their full potential. After Chen Mobai learned about this, he instructed Zhuo Ming to transplant some tea trees that were not suitable for the Xian'anchen landform, such as those tea trees that were suitable for the cold and bitter land given by the Zufeng Bai clan. He also left enough soil space for each of the remaining tea trees to grow roots and absorb spiritual energy, and separated the different tea trees with an array. In doing this, Zhuo Ming sensed the joy of all the tea trees in the tea garden. Through her supernatural powers of understanding all things, she saw the tea trees sprouting tender, emerald green buds next spring. There's also the ongoing hybridization experiment with the third-order spiritual rice. After each failure, Zhu Ming doesn't know how to proceed with the next round. She possesses exceptional skills in cultivating spiritual plants, but she doesn't know how to best utilize them. Chen Mobai, who grew up in the immortal sect and enjoyed watching agricultural programs with his family, possesses just the right macro-level perspective. After answering Zhu Ming's question, Chen Mobai asked her some questions about cultivation. I feel that my cultivation of the Earth Mother technique is going quite smoothly, and I don't have any doubts. After Zhu Mingwen established her foundation, the Earth Mother technique was almost as if she had created it. Although the cultivation speed was not fast, the foundation was solid and the progress was steady. The main reason is that this cultivation method can grow by continuously planting spiritual plants, which is a perfect match for her. With no further questions, Chen Mobai felt relieved. By the way, Master, junior sister Gu has successfully established her foundation. She said that your lecture in Shenmu City was the key to her success, and she wants to thank you in person. Zhu Ming mentioned something else, but Chen Mobai didn't know who this junior sister Gu she was talking about was. It's junior sister Gu Yan. She entered the sect in the same year as us, but because she comes from the Rain Kingdom, she doesn't interact much with our Cloud Kingdom lineage, so it's normal that Master doesn't know her. Zhu Ming and Gu Yan met because of the spring breeze and rain technique she cultivated, which could condense a lot of spiritual water, which was helpful for irrigating winemaking and so on. She practices water-based martial arts. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up slightly. After receiving confirmation, he asked her if she had entered the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Minister Lu said that after 2 years, once all the disciples in this batch have finished taking the Foundation Establishment pill, they will all be sent in at once. Zhu Ming actually knew about this. Chen Mobai would not care about anything else, but a disciple who has established a foundation in water-based cultivation techniques is very likely to extract the sap of the longevity tree from the magic treasure tree, so he felt that he might need to trouble Lu Yi again. The next day, Zhu Ming brought Gu Yan over. She was a gentle and kind girl with a bright and spirited smile. Greetings, senior brother Chen. Chen Mobai nodded, and Zhu Ming immediately brewed tea. The three of them exchanged pleasantries. He brought up his need for the sap of the tree of immortality and also stated his price. Gu Yan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement under the temptation of 100,000 spirit stones. After the agreement was made, Chen Mobai took 2 jars of spirit wine to find Lu Yi. I still have to give you face. It just so happens that even the patriarch of the lion family has come to me for help. I'll send 2 people in this time. After talking with Lu Yi, Chen Mobai learned that, in addition to Gu Yan, Lion Maozhe of the lion family in Lei Kingdom had also successfully established his foundation a few days ago. The lion family patriarch and Chen Mobai were comrades in arms. During their first battle against the Hanshin Mountain, they risked their lives for the Shenmu sect. With Lion Maozhe's successful foundation building, the lion family can now firmly establish itself as the #1 family in Lei Kingdom. After entering the Divine Tree Secret Realm, the 2 each gained something. Gu Yan indeed obtained a gourd of longevity tree sap, and Chen Mobai happily took out 100,000 spirit stones to exchange for it. However, Gu Yan said that she had obtained a secret technique related to the sap of the tree of immortality from the tree of talents, and asked if she could leave a few drops for her if possible. Chen Mobai only needs 76 drops of the longevity tree sap to cultivate the first level of the longevity body. Although the second level also requires the longevity dew refined from the sap of the longevity tree, it was still a long way off for him, so he nodded and returned 10 drops to Gu Yan, who in turn returned 10,000 spirit stones. I am in seclusion to cultivate my Tao body. When you have time, go and check on Xuan'er's soul lamp. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately." Before Chen Mobai went into seclusion, he was still worried about Luo Yixuan's safety and specially summoned Zhuo Ming. "Yes, master. This second disciple is capable of handling things independently within the Shenmu sect, even without Chen Mobai." So Chen Mobai went into seclusion with peace of mind. Spring comes and winter goes. 600 days passed quickly. Under the treasure fire body tempering technique, Chen Mobai finally refined every bone in his body into the sap of the longevity tree. On this day, he sat upright on a branch of the everlasting tree, his whole body glowing with the faint light of the azure yang fire, making him look like a ball of fire. The extremely rich fourth-grade spiritual energy transformed into beams of tangible light, flowing from Chen Mobai's 7 orifices into every part of his body. His fair skin gradually became transparent, and his entire body resembled a piece of glass and jade, revealing his bones and meridians. Some imperfections in his body that he had inherited from birth slowly disappeared. This physical body is gradually evolving and improving towards its most perfect state. The first level of the longevity Tao body is immortality. It allows cultivators to maintain their physical bodies in a state of perfect perfection at all times. Even if one suffers severe trauma, as long as the limb remains intact, one can use blood and spiritual energy to restore it to its full potential. Of course, recovering from serious injuries will shorten a cultivator's lifespan. He didn't know how much time had passed when the blazing light of the precious fire covering Chen Mobai's body slowly disappeared, and his skin returned to its fair color. He opened his eyes and felt an unprecedented ease and comfort in his body, as well as a more vigorous flow of blood and energy. Even his dantian and sea of qi had expanded slightly, and he couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. Being able to cultivate the longevity Tao body before forming the core was a great relief for him. Then he took out a jade bottle from his storage bag, opened it, and a golden pill with ripple-like water patterns fell into his palm. This is the golden elixir of immortality. End of this chapter. Chapter 492, Before Core Formation. Chapter 492, Before Core Formation. When Fu Zhangju handed the pill to Chen Mobai, he also gave him a token. This is an access pass for a cave dwelling in the Golden Crow, immortal city of the Sunlit Sea within the Eastern Yi territory, and it can also be considered an asset of their Divine Wood sect. When Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju went to Dangyi, they would usually stay there. The cave dwelling possesses a third-grade superior spiritual vein, which is sufficient for cultivators to form their core. If a spirit gathering array is set up using superior spirit stones, it will be no less effective than the one at Giant Tree Ridge. Chen Mobai was deeply moved by the sect's arrangements. Not only did they help him refine the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, but they also considered the possibility of encountering a situation like Meng Hong's when he was forming his core, and arranged the path to the bathing sun sea. However, after learning that there was a heavenly tribulation for core formation in the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai was determined to return to the immortal sect to form his core. Moreover, since he had not yet mastered the longevity body technique, he used this as an excuse to stay at the Divine Wood sect for another 2 years. In the past 2 years, he has basically been sitting on this fourth-grade high-quality spiritual vein, diligently cultivating. However, he did return to the immortal sect twice. One instance was when his cousin, Jacqueline Wang, successfully completed her foundation building process, which was just a year after her graduation, so she was considered very lucky. If I don't succeed this time, I'll have to go on blind dates and get married. Chen Mobai had a deep bond with her since childhood, so naturally he had to go and celebrate with her. He gave her the golden token he had obtained from the Xuanjinji as a gift. Another instance was not long ago, when Meng Huinger broke through to the 8th level of foundation establishment. At that time, although he had refined all the sap of the longevity tree into his longevity body, he was still one step away from completing it. He sat in meditation for a long time but could not succeed, so he simply took this opportunity to return to the immortal sect to relax. Who would have thought that after guiding Meng Huinger to break through, her cultivation suddenly became smooth, and her blood and qi flowed freely. Having successfully cultivated the longevity body, and with preparations for core formation nearly complete, Chen Mobai was ready to set off. He took back the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, and first went to pay his respects to Fu Zhangju. When you go to the sunbathing sea, keep a low profile. Although your safety can be guaranteed within the Golden Crow Immortal City, you should still be wary of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace hiring desperate criminals. If you are preparing to form your core, you can secretly prepare another cave dwelling under an alias. Fu Zhangju had seen a lot in the Heavenly River realm, and he had obviously given full consideration to Chen Mobai's core formation, offering a cautious suggestion. Thank you for your kindness, ancestor. My journey may take several years. Please keep an eye on Xuaner's matter. Luo Yixuan disappeared in the Ming Kingdom, the headquarters of the Five Elements sect. The only people the sect leader and the two patriarchs could mobilize the Shenmu sect spies there. Yes, I'll let you know if there's any news. Chen Mobai thanked him again, and was about to leave when Fu Zhangju called him back with a strange expression. Why don't you ask about the sect's secret methods for achieving the core formation stage? I was so excited after achieving a certain level of spiritual progress that I forgot about this. Chen Mobai immediately slapped his forehead and came up with an excuse. The main reason was that he was able to download hundreds or even thousands of unique core formation insights from the immortal sect. These insights were highly personalized and not very useful for reference, so he had little interest in them. These things are passed down orally. Before you can pass them on, you must make a vow of your Taoist heart that you will never reveal them to outsiders. Fu Zhangju's expression turned serious, and he began to instruct Chen Mobai on how to accept the most precious knowledge of the Divine Wood sect. Besides Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju's insights on core formation, there were also those from Nujiang Zhenren of the Five Elements sect and Mo Duguang of Jingguang Cliff. However, what surprised Chen Mobai the most was the last one, which was from the Five Elements sect's founder, the primordial ancestor Hunyuan. However, the sentences in this core formation experience of the primordial ancestor are not very coherent, and it seems that some content has been omitted. According to Chen Mobai's guess, the complete version should probably be the nascent soul formation experience, but this part was removed during the transmission, resulting in the current version of the core formation experience with its disjointed sentences. While lamenting the closed nature of knowledge transmission in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai listened respectfully to Fu Zhangju's narration. Okay, that's all. Did you write it down? Half a day later, Fu Zhangju finished recounting the 5 core formation insights passed down from the Divine Wood sect. Chen Mobai nodded and thanked him again. Before you leave, let me give you one last piece of advice. Please enlighten me, ancestor. Chen Mobai still held Fu Zhangju in high esteem. When you reach the point of core formation, find a belief in yourself that you must succeed. After Fu Zhangju finished speaking, he told the story of his own core formation. At that time, if he had not successfully formed his core, Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang would not have been able to withstand the pressure from the Five Elements sect. The newly separated Divine Wood sect and Golden Light Cliff would have been destroyed, and all his relatives and friends would have died after the war was lost. These were Fu Zhangju's thoughts at the time regarding forming his core. He was able to overcome the tribulation and achieve his current success because he believed that he would die if he did not form his golden core. After hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression changed slightly. Such a belief was unimaginable to those in the immortal sects. For cultivators of the immortal sects, if they cannot break through their cultivation level, they will not. They can settle down, start a family, and die peacefully in old age, which is considered a fulfilling life. Chen Mobai himself did not have this belief. For him, failing to form the golden core was just that, failing. He could always try again. Anyway, he has resources from both worlds and is young, so he can afford to wait. He held the same thought when he was building his foundation. Now, after hearing Fu Zhangju's words, Chen Mobai felt that his mindset had been somewhat lacking. If you can succeed on the first try, why waste time preparing a second or third time? Thinking this through, Chen Mobai's expression became thoughtful. After thanking Fu Zhangju, he returned to his longevity wood dojo, still pondering this matter. It wasn't until Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming arrived that he came to his senses. "Greetings, master," Liu Wenbai shouted loudly, and Chen Mobai looked up at him. "Not bad, you've reached the foundation establishment stage." During the 2 years that he secluded himself to cultivate the longevity body, this eldest disciple adjusted his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak, then took the foundation establishment pill that Zhuo Ming had given him. With the strong confidence that Chen Mobai gave him, he finally succeeded in establishing his foundation. The power of belief is indeed very strong. Seeing Liu Wenbai's example, Chen Mobai gained a deeper understanding of Fu Zhangju's words. "I need to go out and take care of some things for Elder Fu." Chen Mobai did not hide the fact that he had left the sect from his 2 disciples, but to be on the safe side, he did not mention that he was preparing to form his core. From now on, Wenbai will continue to manage the Zion Enshin shop, Minger will be in charge of all the businesses within our sect, and Xuaner's soul lamp must be kept under constant watch. The disciples in the eastern wilderness are all very obedient. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the 2 nodded in unison. "Master, the 3rd-tier immortal peach tree on Black Cloud Mountain is of such a high grade that, even though I have communicated with it, I may need to reach the core formation stage before I can ensure its complete transplantation to Little South Mountain." Zhuo Ming reported on something that Chen Mobai was concerned about, but for the latter, forming the core was the most important thing right now. Since there was no complete certainty about transplanting the immortal peach tree, they should put it aside for the time being. By the way, I once obtained a tree planting technique from the Divine Tree Secret Realm. It was specifically used by the ancient longevity sect for transplanting trees. Listen carefully. Chen Mobai suddenly remembered the secret technique he had obtained from the talent tree. However, this secret technique requires cultivation to the 3rd level before it can affect the immortal peach tree. He was busy with various preparations for core formation and had not paid much attention to it. Zhuo Ming inherited his mantle of spiritual plant cultivation, and it was just right for him to pass it on to her. In addition to the tree planting technique, he also passed on the wood planting technique. "Thank you, Master, for transmitting the Dharma." After hearing about the 2 great spiritual plant secret techniques of the longevity sect, Zhuo Ming's eyes lit up, and his expression became excited. The teachings weren't kept secret from Liu Wenbai, but compared to Zhuo Ming, who was exceptionally talented in spiritual plants, this eldest disciple was completely confused and didn't understand much. "Wenbai, now that you have reached the foundation establishment stage, I will also impart 2 secret techniques of the longevity sect to you." Knowing that he would be away for several years and that Liu Wenbai had just reached the foundation establishment stage, Chen Mobai passed on the spiritual light 100 transformations technique and the spiritual light weapon gathering technique to his eldest disciple. Liu Wenbai cultivates the waterwood revolving 2-phase technique and will focus on the longevity scripture in the future. Therefore, if he can reach the pinnacle of the heavenly wood spiritual light during the foundation establishment stage, or even comprehend the heavenly wood divine light, he might be able to obtain the title of being invincible among his peers. Master's kindness and virtue are beyond repayment. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, Liu Wenbai's horizons and knowledge greatly broadened. After listening to the teachings, he realized the value of the 2 secret techniques taught by Chen Mobai, and he was even more excited than Zhuo Ming. "You may all leave." After settling his 2 disciples, Chen Mobai went to see some friends in the sect. By now, almost all the true disciples have taken the foundation establishment pill. Among the true disciples he knew, Zai Jingyuo successfully established his foundation, while Qi Rui and Qi Hu failed. While drinking with Meng Hong, the retired sect leader was quite satisfied with this generation of true disciples. Compared to previous years, the number of people who have reached the foundation establishment stage is almost double this year. Chen Mobai's 3 disciples, Li Yixian, Jiang Zhengheng, Lian Maozhai, Gu Yan, Zai Jinghuo, and Ding Ying, a total of 9 people, successfully established their foundations. Apart from Li Yixian, Ding Ying, and Zai Jinghuo, the rest were all newly recruited disciples of Chen Mobai. This made Meng Hong feel that his policy of expanding the recruitment of disciples during his tenure was absolutely correct. He has even recently been considering taking charge of recruiting new disciples, planning to shorten the 10-year cycle to 8 years. After drinking with Meng Hong, Chen Mobai went to see Yuan Qi, Yan Jinai, and other friends from the sect. The only common point among the 5 insights on core formation taught by Fu Zhangju is that before forming the core, it is best to understand all the things that are on your mind and settle all karmic debts. Whether a clear mind helps with core formation is unknown, but having worries in one's heart is definitely detrimental to core formation. Chen Mobai recalled every detail of his journey since arriving in the heavenly river realm. In the underwater palace, he honestly ate fish and cultivated himself, without any social interaction. In Nangxi Market, while setting up a stall to earn spirit stones, I met Lu Shu and Zhuo Ming. I was tricked by the former and took advantage of by the latter. Lu Shu disappeared without a trace, and Zhuo Ming became his apprentice. There were also bandits from Nanshan who tried to rob and kill him, but they had all been killed by Yi Yun. On Qingguang Island in Yunming's, Chen Mobai still vividly remembers those who fought alongside him. Especially Qi Rui. Without him, Chen Mobai would not have developed a longing for the Shenmu sect. When leaving the group, Qi Rui also gave them his insights on refining the Crimson Flame sword talisman, something that is only done between sworn brothers in the eastern wilderness. However, they faced the monsters together on Qingguang Island, and they could indeed be considered sworn brothers. After joining the sect, the generous and magnanimous Qi Rui took great care of Chen Mobai. However, after the latter became the top disciple and even reached the foundation establishment stage, Qi Rui gradually reduced his interactions with him. Looking back now, Qi Rui can be considered the first friend in the Tian realm who truly cared for him. I will spend the rest of my life repaying the contributions I owe you. You don't need to worry about me disappearing and giving up. When Chen Mobai came to find Qi Rui, he was surrounded by 3 Qi refining disciples from the Divine Wood sect. He spoke while suppressing his anger. Most of the sect contribution points that true disciples use to exchange for foundation establishment pills are borrowed. Senior brother Qi, it's not that we don't trust you, but don't you still have a top-grade first-tier flying sword? How about this? We'll take a loss. You give me the flying sword, and we'll consider the contributions you owe me and my 2 junior brothers wiped clean. The 3 Shenmu sect disciples said with forced smile. I need this flying sword to hunt monsters in Yunmeng Marsh and earn sect contribution points. If I give it to you, how will I repay the debts to my remaining dozen or so fellow disciples? Although Qi Rui was unshaven and reeked of alcohol, he was still very responsible. HMPH, don't push your luck. If you don't give me the flying sword, you'll have to pay back the 500 contribution points you owe me within 3 days, or I'll report you to the Hall of Punishment. After leaving those words, the Shenmu sect disciple turned to leave with his 2 junior brothers, but suddenly his whole body trembled and he stood frozen in place. Elder Chen, Elder Chen. Chen Mobai looked at the 3 men expressionlessly. If he remembered correctly, these 3 were Qi Rui's friends. They had even eaten together in Shenmu City before he had reached the foundation establishment stage. Unexpectedly, now that Qi Rui has failed to establish his foundation, all their past friendship has vanished. However, since it is only right to pay back debts, Chen Mobai did not say anything more. I'm sorry you had to witness this scene. After the 3 of them ran away, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat, Qi Rui looked at his disheveled appearance and couldn't help but give Chen Mobai a wry smile. How much sect contribution do you owe for exchanging foundation establishment pills? I'll pay it off for you first, and you can pay me back later if you have any. Thank you, but no need. It's just that those three are pressing me hard. I've already made arrangements with my other fellow disciples. They'll pay some spirit stones as interest every year, and we'll be able to pay it off eventually. Chi Rui was a man of some pride, and it was precisely because of this that he took the initiative to distance himself from Chen Mobai after Chen Mobai achieved foundation establishment. Take this and open it in a year. Chen Mobai knew his personality very well, so after sealing the foundation establishment pill he had obtained from the Southern Profound sect, he put it in a brocade pouch and gave it to him. Okay, this is fine. Although Chi Rui found it a bit strange, he didn't think much of it. Chen Mobai usually had his apprentices bring him new wine and rice, so he simply accepted it. After delivering the foundation establishment pill, Chen Mobai suddenly felt that he had nothing to talk about with Chi Rui anymore, and he understood why the latter had basically stopped contacting him after he achieved foundation establishment. After reaching a different level of understanding, it is indeed difficult to recapture that feeling of genuine connection that we had back then. Come visit me for drinks whenever you have time. Chen Mobai could only leave these words behind before taking his leave. Before he left the Shenmu sect via the teleportation array, his two disciples came to see him off and told them to look after Chi Rui when they had time. Junior nephew Chen, I hope that when you come back next time, you can call me senior brother. When the teleportation array lit up, Chen Mobai heard Fu Zhangju's words. It was clear that he had also arrived, but he did not show himself when he saw the three of them. Must. After hearing this, Chen Mobai solemnly clasped his hands in front of the void and said two words. Since the Shenmu sect did not have a direct teleportation array to Dongyi, they first went to Huanbo Market, then transferred to Yan Kingdom, and then to Zio Kingdom. After passing through 6 teleportation arrays, they finally left Dongwang. Between the eastern wilderness and the eastern barbarians are some desolate mountains and rivers rarely visited by humans, which cultivators need to fly across on their own. Chen Mobai left the formless puppet behind, asking it to go to the Golden Crow immortal city in the Bathing Sun Sea in his place, while he himself directly activated the turtle treasure. Upon returning to the immortal sect, he immediately applied to the Dance Weapon Academy for permission to form his golden core. End of this chapter. Chapter 493, The Belief in Core Formation. Chapter 493, The Belief in Core Formation. Chen Mobai had considered many spiritual sites for core formation. He wants to form an elixir using pure yang energy, and the most suitable place for that is naturally a fire vein. Dangxia City and Chicheng Mountain are both spiritually significant locations with fiery veins, making them very suitable for him. Among these, the spiritual vein of Dangxia City, with its core being the jade wudong tree and containing wood energy, is particularly well suited to his two-phase technique. Chen Mobai considered forming his core at Danju Academy. Although the spiritual veins there were not as good as those at Chicheng Mountain, with the addition of spirit stones, it would be no less impressive than that at Jumu Ridge. Moreover, forming the golden core here has another advantage. It confirms his enlightenment and the formation of the golden core. It made it seem as if he had truly grasped the secrets of core formation during meditation, which was why he had no choice but to form his core in the rural town of Dangxia City. But upon further reflection, saving face is undesirable. Spiritual veins can be helpful for core formation, so it's best to choose the one that suits you best. With his connections at the Dance Weapon Academy, he was able to apply for a 4th-tier superior fire vein. Yan Qiangji was able to form her core through Wenren Zuwei's connection, by borrowing a 4th-grade high-quality water vein cave from the Jumeng Dao Academy. We still need to learn from successful experiences. So after Chen Mobai returned, he didn't hesitate and immediately called Chi Yucheng. You're preparing to form your core. Chi Yucheng clearly hadn't expected that Chen Mobai would actually form his core without any spiritual material for core formation. When I meditate, I feel a sudden inspiration and that I can succeed without the aid of elixirs. Chen Mobai continued to maintain his persona, saying something that left Chi Yucheng speechless for a long time. Isn't this child's talent a bit too amazing? Mid-grade fourth-order spiritual veins can be arranged at any time, but high-grade ones have all been used by the golden core cultivators of the Tao Academy. If you can wait, I can help you coordinate one. Students graduating from the Taoist Academy can apply to the school for access to a fourth-order spiritual vein when attempting to form their inner core. Just like when Chen Mobai's father, Chen Xinglin, applied for a foundation establishment subsidy from the Crimson Cloud Academy after reaching the 9th level of Qi refining. After all, ordinary cultivators, even those who have reached the foundation establishment stage, can at most purchase third-tier spiritual energy from immortal sects. Moreover, in many cases, it's only a low-grade third-tier material, which is definitely not enough for core formation. Among the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands of the immortal sect, the most powerful spiritual veins are either in schools or in institutions. The latter are not open to the public, so if a cultivator wants to establish a foundation or form a core, most cultivators will choose to return to their alma mater. As Qi Yucheng's disciple, Chen Mobai's application to form his core was naturally given the green light. However, since there are many golden core cultivators residing in the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein, coordination is still needed if one wants a fourth-grade high-quality spiritual vein. Chen Mobai was not in a hurry about this. After all, he still had to wait for Meng Huinger to reach the 9th level of foundation establishment, and he also needed to read and study the materials on core formation from the immortal sect to fully understand them. Every cultivator who has reached the foundation establishment stage will spend 1 or 2 years adjusting their physical body and mindset, accumulating knowledge, and preparing auxiliary spiritual medicines after making the decision to form the core. Since I've decided to return to the Taoist Academy to form my core, I naturally need the best spiritual veins. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Upon hearing Qi Yucheng's words, Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude. Qi then went on to mention some books about core formation, which were recognized as the most detailed explanations of this advancement process within the immortal sects. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mobai opened the Immortal Gate network and searched for these books. They discovered that it was a book jointly compiled by the official immortal sects and professors from the Taoist academies. In addition to the 5 elements, it also contained detailed information on unique spiritual roots and the formation of cores with multiple composite attributes. This set of books is available for purchase by any foundation establishment cultivator. According to the cultivation method Chen Mobai practiced, he only needed to buy 2 of the volumes. However, when he saw that the complete set only cost a little over 1,000 merit points, he immediately placed an order to buy the whole set. He always makes it a habit to read through all the information he doesn't understand, so that there won't be any mistakes or omissions. Then focus on the wood and fire elements that you are used to. Before the Golden Core manual arrived, Chen Mobai had just said goodbye to his family and friends. "Brother, are you really not waiting for the core formation elixir?" As the only person among his relatives besides Chen Mobai to have reached the foundation establishment stage, Wang Xinying's beautiful eyes widened in shock upon hearing his plan. "I feel that my chance to form my core lies in these next few years. If I were to waste another 60 years, my spiritual power might be more refined, and my understanding of the cultivation techniques might be more profound, but I would definitely not have this unyielding spirit I have now." Chen Mobai just turned 40 last year. As he gets older, although he still looks young, his youthful spirit is gradually fading away. After hearing Fu Zhangju's words, he also felt that, in addition to external things, mental state is also very important for core formation. Chen Mobai had a feeling that if he didn't succeed in forming his core this time, he would lose the initiative and start to fall behind, whether in the immortal sect or the heavenly river realm. Only those who have reached the core formation stage are qualified to participate in decision-making within the immortal sects. Information about the start of the war can also be partially unlocked. Now Chen Mobai is afraid that the other world sensed by the boundary gate is the heavenly river realm. Although the immortal sect also has a considerable number of nascent soul cultivators, the heavenly river realm has produced ascension cultivators before. If the two realms were to truly clash, he felt that the immortal sect's chances of winning were not high. Of course, this is only the worst-case scenario. Moreover, it will take nearly 100 years for the boundary gate to sense the border with the other world. If he successfully forms his core, he will probably be able to try forming his nascent soul by then. Aside from waging war, what concerned him most about the immortal sect was Qing Nu's situation. After Wenren Zuwei's warning, Chen Mobai met King Nu several times during the 6 months he lived in seclusion in Wanggu Cave. Since the headquarters of the Skymending Group was also located in Wanggu Cave, when she returned to report on her duties, the two, as close friends, naturally arranged to have a meal and chat. Qing Nu naturally listened to her friend Chen Mobai's advice and said that she would not investigate the matter again until she reached the core formation stage. However, according to Chen Mobai, the situation here is too complicated, and it's best to wait until the nascent soul stage before making any decisions. Even with a heavenly spiritual root, there's no guarantee of successfully forming a nascent soul. Doesn't that mean Qing Nu is being persuaded to abandon the mystery of her origins and the tragic hatred of her childhood? He felt that even if he spoke up, Qing Nu wouldn't agree. However, he at least promised to investigate after the core formation stage. Although she is a member of the Heaven Mending Group, Qing Nu would have to wait 60 years to form her core. Chen Mobai felt that for the sake of his good friend, he could try to form his nascent soul before Qing Nu formed her core. However, first and foremost, one must successfully form the golden core. This was the reason Chen Mobai gave himself, the reason why he had to form his core in the immortal sect. There was no other way. Only the overwhelming mystery surrounding Qing Nu's origins could make him feel a sense of crisis and urgency within the immortal sects. On the other side of the Milky Way, it's much simpler. For the sake of his sect, to resist the oppression of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, and for the sake of his own cultivation resources, he had to successfully form his core. If he fails, his image as a peerless genius will collapse, and just thinking about that feeling of certain death gives Chen Mobai a lot of motivation. Besides his strong belief in the sect and its resources, Chen Mobai also found himself a smaller belief. Imagine your little apprentice has been kidnapped by a peerless master of the demonic path. If you don't successfully form your core, she will be used as a vessel for possession. Thinking about it this way, and recalling how sensible and well-behaved Luo Yixuan was by his side, Chen Mobai's motivation to form his core became even stronger. Protect Qing Nu, defend the sect, rescue disciples, and maintain your persona. With each belief reinforcing him, Chen Mobai felt his conviction in achieving the core formation growing stronger. He had initially planned to try again if he failed to form his core on the first try, but now his mind was filled with only one thought: I must succeed in forming my core this time. Chen Mobai is now a big shot in his circle of relatives, and his parents will only say a few words of approval before making any decisions. After deciding to achieve the golden core stage, he first adjusted the organizational structure of his company. Xinyiang, after you reach the foundation establishment stage, while you're preparing for the civil service exam, you can also take on a part-time role as the chief talisman instructor at the Flying Talisman Factory and help me oversee things for a few years. After hearing this, her cousin Wang Xinyiang nodded. She had idolized Chen Mobai since she was a child and specialized in talismans at Taiyuan Academy. This year, she also passed the exam for the second-tier Talisman Maker Professional Certificate. With the Flying Talisman Factory in her hands, Chen Mobai no longer needs to worry about the technical aspects. Brother, my skill in talismans is not as good as yours. Will this lead your factory downhill? After agreeing, Wang Xinyiang seemed a little insecure. It's all right, brother. I don't care about the factory's profits. It's fine if we lose money. You can use the company's talisman paper and ink resources to cultivate. If I can help you cultivate, I'll be happy. Chen Mobai's annual income mainly comes from that fully automated puppet factory. For him, The Flying Talisman Factory is merely a warehouse that provides him with resources for talisman cultivation. Moreover, he was only a second-tier talisman maker. He had taken the third-tier exam once when he was in the Tao Academy, but unfortunately failed. Outsiders believed that he had focused on sword cultivation and neglected talisman cultivation in order to achieve a connection with the purple lightning sword, which was why he failed. However, Chen Mobai knew that he had failed the exam despite his efforts. To avoid being exposed, he simply stopped applying for the exam. Given the strictness of the immortal sect, Wang Xinying was able to pass the second-tier talisman-making exam, indicating that her theoretical level was not much different from Chen Mobai's. However, she was still lacking in practical drawing skills. After training at the Flying Talisman Factory for several years, the difference between him and Chen Mobai is probably just a few third-tier talismans. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Wang Xinying immediately jumped over happily and stood behind him. She clenched her snow-white fingers into a small fist and began to massage Chen Mobai's shoulders. "Brother, you're so good to me. You're my sister. If I'm not good to you, who else should I be good to?" Chen Mobai laughed and gestured for Wang Xinying to switch shoulders to massage, then naturally began to enjoy it. Inside the house, besides the two siblings, were Chen Mobai's parents and Wang Xinying's parents. Thanks to my nephew's arrangements, otherwise Xinying would probably already be on blind dates. The speaker was Aunt Chen Yulan, who looked at Chen Mobai with a kind and gentle expression. Chen Xinglan and Tang Pengqi beside her were also proud yet humble. Wang Xinying had no intention of going to the military. If she failed to establish her foundation, Chen Yulan was already arranging for Chen Mobai to help introduce her to a top student from the Dance Weapon Academy. Now that she has successfully established her foundation, Chen Mobai has used his connections to guide her towards taking the civil service exam. Once the grades are satisfactory, Chen Mobai will need to pull some strings to see if he can be assigned to Dangxia City. The next day, Chen Mobai went to Qingshan village with his parents again, where his maternal grandparents were still in good health. In this mountain village, he relaxed and drank carefree for a month. When he was drunk, he thought of the scene where he took the enlightenment pill here. It was that pill that laid the foundation for his current genius persona. He was determined to protect Qingnu because of this debt of gratitude alone. While in Qingshan village, Chen Mobai naturally did not forget to offer incense at Taixu Temple. He wanted to see if the two characters, Chinese letter, Tai Su, held any hidden secrets he was unaware of. Unfortunately, they still came up empty-handed. Before leaving Dangxia City, Chen Mobai wanted to visit the Crimson Robe Master. Without his help with the burning lamp technique, his transition to cultivating the pure Yang scroll wouldn't have been so smooth. However, the Crimson-Robed Master had been in seclusion for 20 years, and he still hadn't been able to meet him. With a heavy heart, Chen Mobai returned to Chicheng Cave. Although Meng Huinger had a villa on the mountaintop, Chen Mobai chose his own very ordinary two-story wooden house to avoid their relationship being known to outsiders. He went to the Taoist temple to visit Qi Yucheng, who said that he had already contacted Shaoyang Zhenren. "You're lucky. He's broken through to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage and won't be able to improve any further in the short term, so he doesn't need such a high-level spiritual vein. You're practically his disciple in name only, and after I discussed it with him, he agreed." Master Qin Baikan of Shaoyang. Chen Mobai had almost forgotten that his official mentor in the Tao Academy was this person. If it's his cultivation cave, then that's naturally the best, since they cultivate the same kind of technique. Won't this interfere with his cultivation of the pure Yang Dharma body? Chen Mobai knew that the biggest hurdle for cultivators of the pure Yang scroll who wanted to form their nascent soul was the progress of their pure Yang Dharma body. He felt that he would never be able to cultivate the 9 Yang body in his lifetime, so he gave up the pure Yang scroll and has switched to cultivating the burning heaven technique. Qi Yucheng's casual remark left Chen Mobai completely stunned. "So I gave up." After more than 100 years of effort, the last pure yang golden core cultivator of the Wuki Dao Academy, also faded away in the long and tedious process of cultivation. If you achieve the core formation, the banner of pure yang in our Dao Academy will depend on you. Qi Yucheng's words gave Chen Mobai another reason to successfully form his core. How much longer will it take for Master Sheyang to emerge from seclusion? It will take 2 or 3 years. He just broke through by switching cultivation techniques and still needs to consolidate his realm. You will have to wait for him for this period of time. Of course. While waiting, Chen Mobai studied the book on core formation. After spending half a year thoroughly studying it, he went to the Taoist Academy's library to check the relevant Pure Yang chapter on core formation, ensuring that he had a complete understanding of the process. However, since he formed his core using the two-phase technique, there might be slight differences, and he still needs to use the formless puppet to deduce it further. During this process, Chen Mobai did not forget to use the Void Stone to expand his domain to its limit. After all, if he successfully forms his core, his domain will expand tenfold. In the 2.5 years of waiting for the Taoist Academy cave dwelling, Chen Mobai received another piece of good news. After taking the lesser breakthrough pill, Meng Huinger finally broke through to the 9th level of foundation establishment. End of this chapter. Chapter 494 Breakthrough in Divine Sense. Chapter 494 Breakthrough in Divine Sense. Congratulations, you've reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Meng Huinger's breakthrough naturally occurred while she was by Chen Mobai's side. In addition to his guidance, she also took a small breakthrough pill. Thank you, I'm starting to feel like I'm of some use to you now. Meng Huinger opened her eyes, feeling the almost overflowing liquid spiritual energy in her dantian, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face as she looked intently at Chen Mobai beside her. If I am able to form my core, you will definitely make a great contribution. Chen Mobai nodded to the big star in front of him, indicating that he understood her hard work. According to his original estimate, it would take Meng Huinger about 20 years to reach the 9th level of foundation establishment, but now it has been achieved 5 years ahead of schedule. Besides Chen Mobai's guidance, the main reason for this was Meng Huinger's own hard work. Within the immortal sects, due to the comfortable environment and the fact that forming a core requires 60 years of experience, many cultivators do not improve their cultivation level so quickly. Even if you've reached the foundation establishment stage, you still have to wait. Why rush things? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate in a relaxed manner and let breakthroughs happen naturally? Therefore, Chen Mobai also felt great pity for Meng Huinger. Over the past 10 years, their close relationship has gradually transformed from being trading partners to becoming sincere friends. I need to consolidate my cultivation level. If you need it, I can initiate the core formation in 2 months. No need to rush. Your Xuan Yin body has only just been cultivated. Here, take this spiritual liquid. I will go and prepare some pills to ensure that failure to form the core will not affect your body. Chen Mobai was still a gentle person. He knew that Meng Huinger had triggered the core formation only so that he could listen to the sounds of the great Tao, and then use his yin essence to help his purple mansion consciousness break through to the core formation level. Having just reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, without spiritual medicine such as golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, it would be virtually impossible for Meng Huinger to successfully form her core. Chen Mobai had considered this issue before engaging in dual cultivation with her. Therefore, some elixirs were prepared in advance to prevent damage to her foundation and potential impact on her future achievements if she failed to form her core. Even his chances of breaking through are slim. Okay, I'll listen to you. Having just broken through to the next level, Meng Huinger was exhausted. She lazily reached out and took the small bottle of longevity tree sap that Chen Mobai handed to her. This is a spiritual tree elixir refined by my friends at the Jumeng Dao Academy. It is infused into the bones using a special method, which can greatly enhance the strength of the body and the vitality of the blood. After Chen Mobai mastered the longevity body, he still had 14 drops of longevity tree sap left. This was far from enough for him to cultivate the second level of the body, so he kept it. Meng Huanger's Xuan Yin Miao Tea, which she cultivated at the 9th level of foundation establishment, can also be considered a form of body refinement. However, it mainly involves coordinating the resonance of her own muscles and bones, moving towards the path of the Tao, and creating celestial and mysterious sounds. It must be beneficial to refine the sap of the immortal tree into one's body. This spiritual liquid must be very precious. Is it made from the sap of the great tun tree, and is it an advanced version of the jade marrow pill? Meng Huanger had taken the jade marrow pill made from the sap of the great tun tree. After hearing Chen Mobai's introduction to the sap of the longevity tree, she immediately thought of this. Almost there, I'll teach you how to refine it. Chen Mobai's idea was to refine the sap of the longevity tree into the bones surrounding Meng Huanger's primordial yin. The latter thought it made sense and began to listen carefully to the refining method. Because Meng Huanger had just broken through, she waited until 3 days later, under Chen Mobai's guidance, to begin refining the first drop of the longevity tree sap. Although she had never cultivated the longevity scripture, with Chen Mobai's personal assistance using the burning lamp technique, Meng Huanger refined a drop in about 10 days. Nearly half a year later, Meng Huanger had completely consolidated her foundation establishment level 9 realm and refined all the longevity tree sap, forming the first layer of protection in the key parts of her mysterious sound body. At the same time, Chen Mobai also received a box of pills sent by Wenren Zuwei. This is the 5 Lingjai and 100 flower ointment, made from 5 kinds of Lingjai that are over 100 years old, and the essence of 100 different spiritual flowers. It is a mid-grade 3rd-level elixir, and it has an immediate restorative effect on any injury to one's essence, qi, and spirit. Meng Huanger accepted the box of pills and listened to Chen Mobai's explanation, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. In the immortal sects, this is considered the best elixir for recovery after a failed core formation. Only the Jumeng Taoist Academy and the Imperial Medical Academy can refine it. 1 pill is worth 20 million merit points. If it weren't for Wenren Zuwei's connection, Chen Mobai wouldn't have been able to buy it even if he had the money. Thanks. Meng Huanger barely managed to suppress her emotions and said something, but Chen Mobai smiled and took out another 3rd-tier pill that he had prepared for her. This is the Heavenly Fragrance 8 Treasures pill, which I obtained with the help of the current Student Council President of the Tao Academy. It is a spiritual pill specifically designed to treat injuries to the divine sense. If you fail to break through, taking this pill will prevent any damage to your Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness. These 2 kinds of pills were ones that Chen Mobai had learned about when he was practicing the divine control technique. There are 3 Heavenly Fragrance 8 Treasures pills left in the Wuki Tao Academy's treasury. 1 pill can be exchanged for 120 academic credits. Although he had already graduated, he still held great prestige within the academy. After helping people appraise artifact-containing spheres for 2 years, he had accumulated enough credits through the Student Council account to redeem the Heavenly Fragrance 8 Treasures pill. He exchanged for 2 pills. There's 1 more for myself. Although dual cultivation with Meng Huanger could theoretically open up the Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness to the core formation level, the actual success rate was about the same as that of core formation. Although Chen Mobai had hope, he was also prepared for failure. If you keep doing this, I might really fall in love with you. Upon seeing the Heavenly Fragrance 8 Treasures pill, Meng Huanger finally couldn't contain her emotions and uttered a sentence she would never normally say. I just did what I was supposed to do. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, but did not respond directly to that statement. In his view, Meng Huanger was working hard to cultivate for him, even to the point of triggering a core formation that was destined to fail. If he didn't prepare a pill that would prevent her from suffering any aftereffects, he would feel extremely guilty. He happens to have connections and can obtain these pills from Jumeng Academy and Wuki Academy, so why not? I want to cultivate with you right now. Meng Huanger's pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were brimming with tears. She untied the sash around her slender waist, and her dress slowly slipped off her snow-white, rounded shoulders. Fortunately, Chen Mobai remained rational. He did not hastily take Meng Huanger's virginity. After a passionate encounter, the two chose an auspicious day. It's scheduled for early next year. That is 1 month later. And the good news keeps coming. At the end of the year, Master Qin Baikan of Sheiyang finally emerged from seclusion. After receiving the news, Chen Mobai immediately went to Qi Yucheng's office. "I hope you won't give up halfway like I did." Qin Baikan sat on the sofa in Qi Yucheng's office, looked at Chen Mobai standing in front of him, and sighed. "I will definitely carry the banner of the Chunyang lineage in the Taoist Academy and will not let you down, Teacher Qin." Chen Mobai can guarantee this. With the Heavenly River realm as his backing, it's only a matter of time before he masters the pure Yang Dharma body. He will definitely not be like Qin Baikan, who faded away in the long years. This is the key to the cave, located deep within the Myriad Treasures cave. Now that you have mastered the domain, you can directly activate the void beacon within the key to teleport directly to the cave. After listening to Qin Baikan's instructions, Chen Mobai immediately put it to the test. He held the key in his right hand, and a silver light expanded outward, enveloping the entire office. The same silver light flashed from Qi Yucheng's body, repelling it from his body. Qin Baikan let the silver light of the key envelop him, and then he and Chen Mobai both disappeared from the spot. When Chen Mobai opened his eyes, he found himself deep inside the Wanbao cave, a black iron island on a lava field. The extremely dense fire elemental energy made him feel hot all over. Those who possess a domain can use their void power to resist the teleportation of the Tao beacon. Let me first introduce this cave to you. Qin Baikan's words rang in Chen Mobai's ears, and he did not resist. They were transmitted directly to him. The island wasn't very big. The two of them walked around it in 5 minutes. In the middle of the island stands a fire spirit tree, and beside the tree is a black tin house containing some shelves and a futon. It is very simple. After Qin Baikan achieved the core formation, he stayed here for 100 years. He diligently cultivated the pure Yang Dharma body, but could not see the end of this path. Finally, in the 2nd year after Chen Mobai graduated, he switched to cultivating the burning heaven technique. I greatly admire your ability to form your core without the aid of elixirs. If you succeed, forming your nascent soul will definitely be no problem. After the two finished exploring, Qin Baikan led Chen Mobai to the edge of the island. Looking at the churning, fiery lava outside, he said something that made Chen Mobai shake his head repeatedly. Not at all. While one can rely on talent to form the core formation, forming the nascent soul formation definitely requires resources. Based on seniority, I'm afraid it will take me 200 or 300 years before I can reach that level. Even someone as outstanding as Nanggong Chunyu couldn't obtain the nascent soul elixir from the immortal sect. Even if Chen Mobai took the civil service exam after reaching the core formation stage, he would have to wait until after Gong Ajixu and the other 3 deputy hall masters of the immortal sect had a chance to obtain the nascent soul elixir. For thousands of years, only those who have mastered the everlasting spring technique have been able to overcome this hurdle without taking the nascent soul elixir. If you can comprehend the Tao and form your core, as long as you want, our Wuki Tao Academy will definitely do everything in its power to help you obtain the nascent soul elixir from the immortal sect. I heard that you also studied at the Mending Heaven Tao Academy for 5 years. With the support of our 2 Tao Academies, it is not impossible for you to become the master of the immortal sect. Qin Baikan said something that made Chen Mobai's heart flutter. Unbeknownst to him, he had become one of the cultivators with the most profound background in the immortal sect, second only to those descendants of the god-level cultivators. This is the change in status brought about by talent. But he quickly calmed down. All of this is predicated on his successful formation of the golden core. You must achieve the golden core stage. Just as his resolve hardened, Qin Baikan suddenly produced a sealed glass tube about the size of a thumb. The glass was transparent, so Chen Mobai could see a deep purple stream of energy sealed inside. This is. Although he already had a clue what was going on in his mind, Chen Mobai still couldn't quite believe it. This is a pure yang purple energy that I have condensed. Although it will only be half as effective for you to break through your cultivation level if you use it, it is the only thing I can do to help you. After Chen Baikan finished speaking, he handed the glass tube in his hand to Chen Mobai. This is too precious. Chen Mobai knew best the value of pure yang purple qi. After all, he had condensed it himself in the heavenly river realm using the formless puppet. However, after estimating, he found that it would take more than 3 million spirit stones to condense a complete one, so he chose to give up. Even with Chen Baikan's cultivation level, it would take him 30 or 40 years to condense a single elixir. Although Chen Mobai really wanted it, he couldn't quite reach for it. After I switch to the burning heaven technique, I will definitely be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the golden core stage, but if I want to form a nascent soul in the future, the chances are probably slim. If you can form a nascent soul or even a deity transformation stage, you might have a chance to help me. Consider this my investment in you in advance. After Chen Baikan finished speaking, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that a golden core cultivator like himself would be willing to invest. Moreover, it is such a precious pure yang purple aura. If you don't want it, I won't force you to accept it. Seeing that Chen Mobai was still standing there in a daze, Chen Baikan was about to take back the glass tube when the former immediately reached out and took the pure yang purple energy. I will always remember teacher Chen's kindness. Chen Mobai held the pure yang purple qi and said solemnly. After returning to Qi Yucheng's office, Chen Baikan said a few words and then took his leave. Did he give you the things? Qi Yucheng asked Chen Mobai. Teacher, how did you know? Chen Mobai was very curious. Nonsense, I reminded him. Otherwise, do you think that blockhead of his, who only knows how to cultivate, would have thought of giving you pure yang purple qi? Thank you, teacher. After hearing Qi Yucheng's words, Chen Mobai took out a glass bottle and shook it. While this isn't as good as a core formation elixir, it can serve as a substitute if you don't have one. I hope you can successfully form your core this time. As Qi Yucheng spoke, he waved his hand, indicating that Chen Mobai could go into his cave to cultivate his core and should not waste time outside. Teacher, I will definitely not let you down. The glory of the academy will reach new heights because of me. Chen Mobai left the office with a firm tone. It's so hot here. Meng Huinger was brought to this cave dwelling of a 4th-grade high-quality spiritual vein by Chen Mobai. As soon as she arrived, she felt the scorching air around her. Beads of fragrant sweat seeped out from her snow-white skin. Feeling a little uncomfortable, she took off her coat. It was winter outside, and she was dressed quite warmly. Are you ready? Chen Mobai came up behind her, gently reached out and put his arm around her slender waist and asked. Yes, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Meng Huinger leaned closer, and Chen Mobai felt the curves of her back and hips as he helped her remove her slightly transparent clothes, which were soaked with sweat. With a muffled groan, a celestial melody began to resonate above the black island atop the lava. A verdant jade-green parasol tree slowly emerged in the void, and the faint phantom of a 5-colored phoenix could be seen circling around it. Amidst the clear and melodious cry of the phoenix, a turquoise flower bloomed. The pure and abundant spiritual energy around it transformed into drops of fiery red spiritual liquid, which poured onto the flower. Gradually, the rudimentary form of a turquoise and red fruit began to condense. The spiritual liquid continued to fall, and the phoenix's cry grew ever louder as the fruit began to take shape. However, the phantom of this fruit seemed to lack a crucial power, and it could never materialize from the phantom. As time passed and the spiritual liquid ran out, the 5-colored phoenix grew increasingly dim and listless, seemingly unable to fly any longer, and could only perch on the branches of the jade parasol tree to rest and catch its breath. Just as the fruit was about to dissipate along with the jade parasol tree and the phoenix phantom in a blurry illusion, a wisp of deep purple light shone from the center of the black island. Like a purple beam of light carrying endless light and heat, it entered the jade fruit. At this moment, the five-colored phoenix used its last strength to sing its final, shattering song. Jade from Kunshan shatters, phoenix cries, hibiscus weeps dew, orchid smiles. The bottleneck that had been hindering the formation of the fruit was broken in an instant, and the seedlings of the Chinese parasol tree blossomed in the void, transforming in the blink of an eye into a lush forest, with its green shade covering the sky and its branches and leaves flourishing. End of this chapter. Chapter 495 Core Formation. Chapter 495 Core Formation. I never expected that I would actually break through. Chen Mobai's consciousness left his body, like a grove of phoenix trees rooted in the void. He felt a divine sense that was 3 or 4 times larger than before, as if he were a giant in midair, who could clearly reflect the island and its surrounding area in his purple mansion sea of consciousness in an instant. Previously, Chen Mobai's spiritual consciousness in his purple mansion sea had reached its limit. The spiritual consciousness he gained from listening to Meng Huanger's profound inner voice could only be stored as wudong fruit. But at the moment of breakthrough, his purple mansion sea of consciousness was expanded, and Chen Mobai used the divine control technique to transform the spiritual energy of these fruits into saplings of the green Paulownia tree. Then, with the help of the power of the breakthrough, they grew strong and transformed into this thriving green shade. Chen Mobai felt that the boundaries that had previously bound him no longer existed at this moment, and his divine sense could continuously extend outward. 5 li, 10 li, and finally 20 li away, before they finally felt their strength failing them. At that moment, an extremely weak gasp rang in his mind. Chen Mobai immediately began to withdraw his divine sense and focused his attention on the source of the sound. The jade-green parasol tree in the very center is lush and vibrant, but the phantom of a 5-colored phoenix lands weakly on the thickest branch and gradually begins to fade away. It's Meng Huanger. Chen Mobai immediately knew who the 5-colored phoenix was. She used the core formation technique to push the mysterious sound technique to its limit, thereby evolving the great Tao heavenly music, allowing him to hear the sound of the Tao at the moment of merging. It can only be said that it is indeed the #1 auxiliary divine skill of the immortal sect. The moment Meng Huanger's primordial yin was transferred in, it caused Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness to shake violently, and cracks appeared in the bottleneck. However, breaking through the bottleneck does not mean that the breakthrough is successful. At the most crucial moment, Chen Mobai almost failed. His purple mansion consciousness sea, which had been breaking through, was about to fall back down, and the bottleneck cracks that had been broken through were showing signs of regressing and healing. Fortunately, he had previously received the pure yang purple qi from Qin Baikan, which he could use to form the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill when he reached the core formation stage. With the help of the pure yang purple energy, Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness, opened up by the great Tao heavenly music, was gradually stabilized, stopping his regression. Subsequently, with the last remaining power of Meng Huanger's Yuan Yin and Xuan Yin wonderful method, he finally crossed the threshold and completely broke through the bottleneck. Chen Mobai succeeded in breaking through, but Meng Huanger did not. Her process of initiating the core formation was originally intended to help Chen Mobai hear the celestial music of the great Tao. In the end, disregarding her own depletion of vital energy and spiritual consciousness, she chanted a high-pitched melody as a final push to help Chen Mobai break through, after which she herself declared the complete failure of core formation. Chen Mobai noticed the phantom of the 5-colored phoenix dissipate and immediately returned his consciousness to his body. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Meng Huanger, pale-faced, collapse in front of him. Chen Mobai immediately picked up the 5 herbs and 100 flowers cream and heavenly fragrance 8 treasures pill that were placed aside, pried open her cherry lips, and fed them to her. Then Chen Mobai reached out and placed his hand on Meng Huanger's smooth, white vest, using the burning lamp technique to help her digest the medicinal effects. These 2 third-tier spiritual pills are indeed extraordinary. Soon, color returned to Meng Huanger's pale face, and her rapid breathing gradually calmed down. The heavenly fragrance 8 treasures pill took effect immediately. Meng Huanger's injuries from her failed breakthrough to the Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness were all healed, and she felt her divine sense recovering rapidly. Only the mental energy lost due to the failed core formation could not be restored. Outwardly, this manifested in the fact that her open eyes appeared somewhat lifeless. "Are you feeling better?" Chen Mobai asked with some heartache, his hand still on her back, continuing to transfer pure yang spiritual energy to her, and using the burning lamp technique to help her digest the pill. "My blood and spiritual energy have mostly recovered, but I still feel a bit weak." Meng Huanger spoke the truth and didn't try to put on a brave face. She leaned directly into Chen Mobai's arms, looking so delicate and weak that he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "This must be because you lost something important. Get some rest, I will protect you." Meng Huanger seemed truly exhausted. After uttering that word, she immediately closed her eyes and fell asleep in Chen Mobai's arms, who held her affectionately. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had prepared a bed in order to create a better environment for himself to form his core. He took the quilt and covered Meng Huanger with it. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Meng Huanger finally woke up, still half asleep, and turned over. She opened her eyes and saw Chen Mobai sitting by the bedside, not having left. A sweet smile appeared on her face. "How about it?" Chen Mobai reached out and grasped her outstretched right hand, asking with concern. "With the pills you prepared in advance, I basically didn't feel any aftereffects of failing to form my core. However, my vital energy and mental state were still somewhat depleted, and I may need to rest for a while." After examining her own body internally, Meng Huanger shared her feelings. She never expected to successfully form her core. After guiding Chen Mobai to listen to the celestial music of the Great Tao, she used all her divine sense and spiritual power to play a phoenix song. So although she failed to form her core, her injuries were not serious because she did not force herself to break through. She also took 2 kinds of pills in time, and after a year or 2 of recovery, probably no one would be able to tell that she had already tried to form a core once. The fire elemental energy here is incompatible with the attributes of the profound sound technique you cultivate. Although the spiritual energy is abundant, it is not beneficial to your recovery. I will send you out first. Chen Mobai had some medical knowledge, and having already examined her condition using the burning lamp technique, he felt it was best to send her away from here. "Kindness." After hearing this, Meng Huanger nodded gently in agreement. She knew that Chen Mobai had truly broken through to the core formation stage in his Purple Mansion Consciousness Sea with the help of the mysterious sound technique, and she was even more confident that he could achieve core formation without relying on medicine. Now we can completely treat this gentle and handsome young man in front of us as a golden core cultivator. So although she really wanted to be intimate with Chen Mobai again, she obediently let him hold her. In a flash of silver light, she returned to Chen Mobai's wooden house with the help of a small teleportation talisman. This small teleportation talisman was drawn by Chen Mobai himself. The key to the Wanbao cave could only teleport people back in one direction, so he prepared this for the convenience of entering and exiting. Meng Huanger is currently delicate and frail, which is perfect for her. Upon arriving at the cabin, Chen Mobai carried her back to the mountaintop villa. "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Meng Huanger sat on the sofa, her beautiful eyes shining. She casually mentioned a few dishes she liked to eat, and Chen Mobai immediately went out to buy the ingredients. If only life could be like this forever. Looking at Chen Mobai, who was busy in the kitchen for her after returning, Meng Huanger suddenly had this thought. But immediately she shook her head. He has his bright future, and she has her own path. If they were to become Taoist partners, they might hinder each other. It's better to maintain their current relationship. Since they are both men and women from the immortal sects, it's best not to consider marriage before their cultivation has reached its peak and they've hit a bottleneck. Thinking this way, Meng Huanger's previously fluctuating emotions returned to normal. Just then, Chen Mobai came out carrying a salad. She smiled and let him feed her, and he naturally treated her gently. The two then lived together again for 6 months in the mountaintop villa. Freed from the constraints of her primordial yin, Meng Huinger completely let loose, dragging Chen Mobai to various places to indulge in revelry and relaxation. The arts troupe is urging me to hurry up. That day the two embraced on the sofa on the balcony, watching the sunset. Meng Huinger pouted, holding Chen Mobai with a hint of reluctance. For the past 6 months, she has turned down all entertainment industry activities, but she cannot turn down the performances of the art troupe, since she is a staff member and will need to obtain the golden elixir in the future. Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If he hadn't cultivated the longevity body during this period, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Although you have recovered, you should still avoid overexertion. However, on the surface, he still spoke to Meng Huinger with a concerned expression. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, so we shouldn't get out of bed for the next couple of days. Meng Huinger raised her head, her long, slender, snow-white legs straddling her bright eyes brimming with allure. After listening to Meng Huinger sing for the last 2 days, Chen Mobai gained a completely new understanding of his past dreams. You get tired of listening to the same music every day. It should still be done in moderation. After seeing Meng Huinger off, Chen Mobai naturally returned to his cave in the Wanbao cave. To his shame, Qin Baikan gave him this place so that he could form his core, but unexpectedly, after moving in, he didn't formally cultivate for a single day in the 6 months that followed. However, this is understandable. After all, Meng Huinger had sacrificed a lot for him. He couldn't just turn his back on her and send her away without a care after his breakthrough in spiritual power, could he? He's not a jerk. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai's guilt about wasting half a year gradually disappeared. After all, he hadn't really just been listening to music for the past 6 months. After Chen Mobai's Purple Mansion consciousness C broke through to the core formation level, he would definitely need some time to control his rapidly increasing divine sense. Meng Huinger, who possesses the profound and wondrous art of music, is the best candidate to assist him in adapting. In the past 6 months, Chen Mobai has refined, integrated and mastered all the divine sense he had accumulated in helping Meng Huinger break through the various minor realms of foundation establishment. Now, his spiritual power has been completely stabilized at the first level of the golden core stage. Unfortunately, Meng Huinger's cultivation level has already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Only when she formally forms her core will she be able to use the heavenly music of the great Tao to help him improve. However, those are things to consider after one has reached the core formation stage. Now, the most important thing is to truly achieve the formation of the golden core. After breaking through with the help of Meng Huinger in his Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness, Chen Mobai was full of confidence in his ability to form his core. He didn't believe that anything beyond this level could hold him back. After spending 3 months adjusting his energy and spirit to their peak, Chen Mobai recalled all the preparations for forming his core. After confirming that there were no problems, he took out the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. After the elixir entered his body, it quickly settled into his Danshan energy center under his guidance. Then the powerful medicinal effects began to spread, like a surge of energy flowing through Chen Mobai's entire body along his meridians. The first stage of core formation marks the beginning of the physical transformation of the body. Suddenly, wisps of red energy gathered above the black island, instantly transforming into bright red spots of light that fell like raindrops towards Chen Mobai, who sat serenely in the center. This is a high-grade 4th-order spiritual essence, and in addition to these, there is a spirit-gathering array set up with 5 high-grade spirit stones. A vastness of purity. The 2 streams of spiritual energy converged and fused within Chen Mobai's body. Under the medicinal power of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, they flowed into every cell in strands. The first to sense this was the fire spirit body that I obtained when I first encountered the Tao and established my foundation. Chen Mobai felt that the heavenly fire spiritual root in his heart, which was usually not obvious, was also beginning to awaken during the process of core formation. It was as if a warm current was flowing out and passing through his whole body, which made him suddenly understand the various mysteries of the fire spiritual body. His understanding of the pure Yang scroll deepened at this moment. Besides these, he also gained a unique understanding of the way of fire, and he wanted to firmly remember these understandings and make them his own. Huge, translucent skeletons appeared behind Chen Mobai, indicating that the myriad Dharma body had been activated at some point. Within the myriad treasures cave, the vast and boundless fire elemental energy flowed continuously toward the left side of the spine, near the heart, where the power of the void had condensed, gradually forming a fiery red vortex with a diameter of 1/2 meter. In the dim light, a heart chamber appeared along with a scarlet blood vessel. The thick blood vessel extended outwards, connecting with the already formed 5-element sword arm, forming a complete energy circulation pathway. After the myriad Dharma body was enhanced by the heavenly fire spiritual root and acquired some of the properties of the fire spiritual body, Chen Mobai's own physical body also completed its final transformation under the medicinal power of the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. Strands of vibrant green life force burst forth from his bone marrow. This was the sap of the longevity tree, which had not yet been integrated into his body, but it was being refined most thoroughly during the process of forming his core. The moment his physical body completed its transformation, Chen Mobai's first level of the longevity Tao body was perfected, saving him the need for more than 10 years of subsequent vitality enhancement to improve his physical activity. At the same time, the second chamber of the myriad Dharma body also began to condense under the vast fire spiritual energy, and even a little bit of blue light shone. This is the liver of the wood element, corresponding to the aura he exudes after achieving the great perfection of his longevity body. However, because there was not enough wood spiritual energy here, the myriad Dharma body only lit up and flickered twice before failing to take shape. Chen Mobai didn't care. He let his myriad Dharma body absorb the rich fire spiritual energy here to condense its heart, while he himself prepared to draw the 2 great spiritual energies stored in the void of his spine into his body to begin the second step of forming his core. After reviewing the contents of the 2 phases technique and the pure Yang scroll for core formation in his mind once again, Chen Mobai gained new insights under the blessing of the heavenly fire spiritual root. Unfortunately, the process of forming the core had already begun, and he could no longer savor it. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and made a Tai Chi hand seal. He wrapped his left hand around his right, palms facing inward, and then a blue and red yin-yang symbol began to emerge from his palms, enveloping his entire body and most of his myriad Dharma bodies. The cyan color represents longevity spiritual energy, while the red color represents pure Yang spiritual energy. At this moment, the 2 spiritual energies maintained a very delicate balance, because Chen Mobai's divine sense acted as the dividing line between them. After 22 years of foundation building, we've finally reached this point. Chen Mobai sighed softly, then released his divine sense. The moment the longevity spiritual power and the pure Yang spiritual power converged, the 2 phases technique, which he had long mastered, began to operate. The originally verdant and bright spiritual energy of longevity seemed to disappear into the pure Yang spiritual energy like firewood. Like adding fuel to the fire, the pure Yang spiritual energy erupted with a dazzling, brilliant red light in that instant. The blue half of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram began to darken, while the red half shone like the rising sun, radiating unprecedented light. Bright light like flames, flames like the red sun. A tiny, golden speck of light began to shine at the very center of the red sun. Black flies like gold, rabbits run like jade, and the 3 realms are but a grain of millet. The mountains and rivers have been covered in dust for years, and yin and yang have been reversed, entering the mysterious valley. Chen Mobai recited the contents of the pure Yang scroll on core formation, using his newly formed divine sense to control the golden light particle. The moment his divine sense probed in, he felt as if he had sunk into water, and the omnipresent sense of obstruction made him feel as if he were wrapped in a layer of restraint. This is pure yang spiritual power at the core formation level. It was indeed extremely powerful. If Chen Mobai hadn't broken through his spiritual sense, he probably wouldn't have been able to control this power at all. Even now, as the pure yang spiritual power continues to absorb the longevity spiritual power and grow, that golden light particle begins to expand, and he gradually feels the strain. It felt like something indescribable and invisible was pressing down on my shoulders, making every step I took a burden. Fortunately, he can still bear this burden for the time being. This is the benefit of breaking through the barrier of divine consciousness. Without this, Chen Mobai would probably have failed at the last hurdle, just as Chen Chun said, because he couldn't control the spiritual power at the core formation level. However, as time went on, especially when the pure yang spiritual power was about to fully take shape and transform into a golden pill the size of a thumb, Chen Mobai felt that he could not take it anymore. Fortunately, the medicinal power of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill used up earlier was not much. With a thought, the golden pill with more than 70% of its medicinal power remaining in Chen Mobai's danchan began to dissolve little by little into an extremely gentle medicinal power. Chen Mobai used 20% of the medicinal power to assist in condensing spiritual energy into pills, and sent more than 50% into his purple mansion and sea of consciousness. Like sweet dew, after the medicinal power of the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill surged in, the phoenix trees formed from Chen Mobai's divine consciousness began to ripen one by one. Soon, under the fusion of the divine control technique, Chen Mobai's divine consciousness broke through again, instantly advancing from the first level of the golden core stage to the second level. As expected of a fourth-tier pill. As he was feeling sentimental, the pure yang spiritual power had completely devoured all the longevity spiritual power. With the addition of the 20% medicinal power, a golden pill, the size of a thumb and as bright as the sun, had taken shape. The process of spiritual energy forming a core was smooth and natural, without any setbacks. End of this chapter. Chapter 496. The elixir enters the abdomen, no ordinary matter. Yin and yang are stripped away to transform into pure yang. Chapter 496. The elixir enters the abdomen, no ordinary matter. Yin and yang are stripped away to transform into pure yang. Dance Instrument Academy. The students who were in class suddenly felt a slight tremor and looked at each other in surprise. Ma Xiaming, who was lecturing on the podium, put down his textbook and looked up at the direction of Wanbao Cave with a slightly puzzled expression. Fortunately, the anomaly did not last long, and with the academy's principal, a nascent soul cultivator, overseeing things, no one was worried. Class, let's continue the lesson. Turn 2. Ma Xiaming cleared his throat and had only said a few words when a slight disturbance suddenly occurred again. He could no longer sit idly by. He left the classroom after saying, "Study on your own." Not only him, but the teachers in the next classroom also came out. After exchanging glances, none of them had any answers. Just as I was about to call the academic affairs director, Chi Yucheng sent a text message in the teachers' group. Recently, some graduates of our school are undergoing core formation, absorbing the spiritual energy of Chicheng Mountain. This may cause some disruption, but there is no need to worry. Classes can proceed as usual. Upon seeing this message, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of shock. I haven't heard of anyone obtaining the core formation elixir recently. Even at the immortal sects and the Tao Academy, there's a queue to exchange for the 5 elements golden elixir. Countless foundation establishment cultivators are watching closely. If the person making the exchange lacks the necessary qualifications to convince others, it could trigger a mass incident. Could it be that someone is nearing the end of their peak period and, unable to wait for a core formation artifact, has begun to form their own core on their own? A mature-looking female teacher with a keen mind considered a possibility. Even so, it's impossible for us to remain completely unaware of what's going on. The teachers here can basically cover all the students taught at the Dance Weapon Academy over the past 60 years. But when they contacted several suitable people, they all said they had not tried to form a core. At the end of last year, I saw the chief of the Taoist temple in Director Chi's office. At this moment, a male teacher suddenly said something that made everyone present feel a little strange. Which chief? There are many chief instructors at the Dance Weapon Academy. Sometimes, they can even change two in a year. The most famous one in the last 60 years, the one who restored the glory of the Taoist temple. Once that was said, everyone understood. There are many top students in the Dance Weapon Academy, but only one person has achieved this level of accomplishment. If it were him, it would be understandable. After listening, everyone nodded and began to discuss among themselves. As the most outstanding graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy in the last 60 years, Chen Mobai could definitely be arranged to become a civil servant of the immortal sect if he wanted to. But he did not do that. After graduation, he went straight back to his hometown and lived a secluded life in a third-rate university, diligently cultivating his spirit and energy. According to people close to him, he plans to achieve enlightenment and form his core without the aid of elixirs. If anyone else did this, they would definitely be ridiculed for overestimating their abilities. But if that person is Chen Mobai, nearly a quarter of the people believe he can succeed. After all, this is the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. After Chen Mobai successfully opened up the golden core realm, another quarter of the people who would never have switched sides began to become his talent fans. If there is one person in the immortal sect who can form a core solely through talent, then that person must be him. The fact that he can start to influence the earth's veins to tremble clearly means that he has reached a critical moment in the formation of his core and has begun to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from Mount Chicheng. It seems that he really has a chance of succeeding. One of the oldest teachers remarked with emotion that he was over 100 years old and had once taken a fire essence golden elixir to try to form a golden elixir, but unfortunately failed. However, he was very familiar with the process of forming a golden elixir. All right, everyone go back to class. Perhaps among the next few classes, there are some with the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator waiting for us to teach and discover them. After expressing his feelings, he waved to the teaching assistants at the academy and then went back to the classroom first. After everyone had gone back in twos and threes, Ma Xiaming remained standing there, stunned. He recalled the time when he first met Chen Mobai. It was in the waiting hall of the Chicheng Cave Heaven train station. Besides the two of them, there was also the big star Meng Huinger. At that time, as a student who had officially entered the Taoist Academy, he looked down on both of them. Chen Mobai was only able to barely squeeze into the Academy's admission process because he benefited from the Academy's expansion of enrollment. In Ma Xiaming's eyes, Chen Mobai, an expanded enrollment student, and Meng Huinger, an art student who got in purely through connections, were the same. Their entry into the Tao Academy was just a waste of resources. But in the fourth year, he was proven wrong. Chen Mobai has reached the foundation establishment stage, even faster than his senior, and it's the highest level of foundation establishment through the enlightenment stage. At that time, Ma Xiaming was still a little unconvinced, but he acknowledged Chen Mobai's qualifications as a student of the Dance Weapon Academy. They must be at least more qualified than Meng Huinger, an art student. This incident also inspired Ma Xiaming. He felt that he couldn't be surpassed by his juniors too much, and had to strive to establish his foundation as soon as possible so as not to fall behind in the later stages. However, just 2 or 3 years later, Ma Xiaming told himself that ordinary people shouldn't compare themselves to geniuses. But now, Chen Mobai has already reached the core formation stage. Looking back, Ma Xiaming felt that he was too ignorant and had actually dared to dream of competing with such a peerless genius with the potential to become a god. I wonder when I'll be able to try forming my core. Ma Xiaming was considered average in the Taoist Academy. After graduation, there were no suitable job openings, so he simply stayed here to accumulate seniority in exchange for the 5 elements golden elixir. He didn't need any elixirs or pills. He formed his own core on his own. So after learning that Chen Mobai had done something so courageous, the last trace of resentment in my heart completely disappeared, leaving only utter admiration. Back in the classroom, he didn't start teaching immediately, but instead talked about Chen Mobai, an outstanding alumnus of the Taoist Academy. The news of Chen Mobai's core formation quickly spread. After all, with so many people in the Dance Weapon Academy, there will always be someone who boasts about their own top brother. Core formation is a watershed moment. Within the immortal sects, golden core cultivators are allowed to enter the Kaiyuan Hall and possess the power to make decisions on major matters of the immortal sect. Once one successfully forms their core, they will be among the upper echelons of the immortal sect. Excluding those who are old and retired like Chi Yucheng, there are only 374 counselors in the entire Kaiyuan Hall. These people, together with 14 nascent soul cultivators, formed the 3 main halls of the immortal sect, overseeing the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands. Therefore, Chen Mobai's ability to form his core independently without any elixirs instantly became a hot topic in the immortal sects, even more sensational than the release of the Realm Treasure beta test by the Bushan Dao Academy. Some people thought he was bound to fail, but others thought that someone with the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator couldn't possibly be stopped at the mere core formation stage. Deep within the Wanbao cave, Chen Mobai was completely unaware of the commotion outside. Before he formed his core, he had already placed his cell phone and other items unrelated to core formation within his domain. After taking the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, he focused all his attention on the transformation of his essence, energy, and spirit. The result was exactly as he had expected. Because he was so well prepared, there were no surprises when he formed his golden core. A bright golden core had already taken shape in his danshan. The golden pills were round and plump, with a hint of purple-gold color. However, perhaps because it had just been formed, this golden core was still somewhat unstable, but Chen Mobai had already been aware of the process. He had actually succeeded in forming his inner core. All that remained was to consolidate and refine it, requiring him to absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth to purify it, so that the inner core would be formed and the outer core would be completed, eventually forming a purple-gold pill. During this process, all sorts of illusory inner demons will be generated in his purple mansion sea of consciousness, affecting the complete formation of this golden core. However, he had been prepared for this. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and used his newly awakened divine sense to slowly rotate the golden pill. The extremely dense fire spiritual energy around them gathered into rainbow light, and under the compression of divine sense, it transformed into drops of transparent spiritual liquid, which slowly fell into the golden core. At the same time, cracks appeared on one of the high-grade spirit stones beside Chen Mobai. A wisp of pure spiritual energy rose like a cloud, mingling with the fiery red spiritual liquid, as if water and fire were converging, and the 2 elements were harmonizing, slowly refining and tempering the golden pill. By analogy, one can refine the elixir, using water and fire to penetrate all the barriers. It coalesced into a purple-gold pill, which transformed and soared through heaven and earth for eternity. The mantra for forming the pure yang core appeared in his mind word by word. Some of the liquid spiritual energy in the golden core that had not yet been completely solidified also began to condense in this process, and strands of purple cloud-like core patterns emerged. If this process continues for 100 days, Chen Mobai will have successfully formed his core, his cultivation level will be completely consolidated, and he will never regress again. It was only thanks to the fact that this place was a powerful 4th-grade spiritual vein, and that he himself had a lot of high-grade spirit stones, that this trial would have lasted for at least a year and a half. It was during this process that Mount Akagi began to tremble slightly from time to time. Just then, Chen Mobai's vision suddenly went dark, and he found himself in a high school classroom. You've had a blast on vacation, haven't you? Why are you sleeping in class? I've been working hard all vacation to prepare for the college entrance exam, and I'm already at the 5th level of qi refining. After his deskmate Lu Hengsheng shook him awake, he proudly showed Chen Mobai his personal profile. You're not going to tell me that your mom took you to a temple to burn incense during the holiday, are you? After Chen Mobai finished looking at the panel, he suddenly asked a question that made Lu Hengsheng's expression change drastically. The latter looked at him with some surprise and then nodded. How did you know? You might not believe it, but I was cut by a stone ruler and spent half a month in the hospital. Lu Hengsheng was halfway through his sentence when Chen Mobai suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing? Lu Hengsheng was a little angry, feeling that Chen Mobai was disrespecting him, but the latter did not explain. He stood up, ignored the homeroom teacher who was speaking on the stage, walked to the front, and looked at the familiar yet distant faces below. Songzheng, Pujangsu Yushu, Lu Hengsheng Mo Simen. Chen Mobai, what are you doing? Get back to your seat right now. Just as he was looking everyone over, his homeroom teacher, Chai Dayan, spoke in a somewhat angry tone in his ear. But Chen Mobai ignored him completely. A melodious bell rang in his mind, allowing him to see the truth and see through the illusion. Is this what inner demons are like? Chen Mobai muttered to himself, his gaze meeting Yan Bingshuan's. Under the latter's slightly furrowed brows and cold, curious gaze, he burst into laughter. What exactly do you want? Are you crazy? At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Chai Dayan, could no longer tolerate it. He walked over and reached out to pull Chen Mobai toward his seat. But when Chai Dayan pulled, Chen Mobai didn't budge. It was as if they were from two different dimensions, unable to even make contact. The clear and melodious chimes approached from afar, growing from soft to resounding. Cracks began to appear on the classroom, teachers, and classmates in front of Chen Mobai, gradually turning into a dreamlike bubble and disappearing. Why did you? The last person to disappear was naturally Yan Bingshuan. As the one with the best relationship among all of Chen Mobai's high school classmates, she looked incredulous and reached out her hand as the illusion cracked, trying to grab the only intact Chen Mobai. Unfortunately, just as she struggled to reach the halfway point, the bell rang at its highest point, and after a ripple, all the scenes vanished into nothingness. Chen Mobai withdrew his raised right hand with a hint of regret. He had originally planned to shake hands with Yan Bingshuan one last time. Inner demons are nothing more than this. The illusion vanished, and Chen Mobai returned to the Myriad Treasures cave, shaking his head slightly. He had noticed this small detail from the very beginning. Within the immortal sects, the study of inner demons is also extremely thorough. It refers to all the dark, worrying, guilty, and other negative emotions accumulated in a cultivator's mind. These things will suddenly erupt when breaking through a major realm. If one indulges in them for a long time, it will affect the process of condensing the golden core. Those with a steadfast mind will naturally be able to see through the fog in time and overcome this obstacle. And cultivators who always act with a clear conscience will not even have inner demons. Chen Mobai is cautious and harbors a great secret, so he still has inner demons. However, it easily broke free from the targeted attack of its natal magic weapon, the bell ring. However, he had many worries, so, after breaking free from the first illusion, another negative emotion began to evolve in his mind again. This time, Qingnu was captured by the immortal sect. She did this to rescue Kong Feiken, who was arrested by the Heaven Mending Group after infiltrating the earthly origin star. As the person Qingnu sought help from, Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't go against his conscience and decisively offered his assistance. Since he was in the illusion of inner demons anyway, he wasn't afraid of any consequences, so he simply brought the situation in the illusion to its most intense point. After a fierce battle, he managed to kill Lan Haitian and was about to escape with Qingnu when he encountered Master Chengshuan, who had come to settle scores with him. A bell rang and he woke up again, looking completely satisfied. As expected at the same level, Lan Haitian was no match for him. After this illusion, he became interested in the third inner demon, wanting to see what he was usually worried about. This time, the turtle cub was discovered by the immortal sects. Without further ado, before any signs of danger appeared, they fled to the heavenly river realm. Fourth, the tortoise treasure was discovered by the eastern holy land in the heavenly river realm. There was nothing more to say. He returned to his immortal sect, presented the extraordinary treasure to the white light ancestor of his own Tao Academy, and then led the immortal sect's army to launch a war of conquest, slaughtering the 6 realms of the eastern region until rivers of blood flowed. Fifth, the death of parents, relatives, or friends. Sixth, the long-lost young disciple suddenly returned, stormed the Shenmu sect, and intended to slaughter the Xiaonanchan lineage to prove his ruthless demonic path. Seventh, Zhou Shenking failed to form his nascent soul, and the Xuanxiao Dao Palace army pressed in. You won't know until you try, and you'll be surprised when you do. Chen Mobai had no idea that he was worrying about so many things. With the help of the morning bell, he sorted out his negative emotions and felt his mind became clear. And soon the 100th day arrived. On this day, the golden core became completely saturated and could no longer absorb any spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It emitted a purple-gold radiance, like a purple sun, which Chen Mobai swallowed and placed in the very center of his danshan. When the elixir enters the abdomen, it is no ordinary thing. Yin and yang are stripped away and transformed into pure yang. From this day forward, he will be a golden core cultivator. Chen Mobai felt his pure yang spiritual power was more than 8 times stronger than before, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud with joy. End of this chapter. Chapter 497, Fifth Order Vermilion Fruit. Chapter 497, Fifth Order Vermilion Fruit. After the core formation, in addition to the transformation of essence, energy, and spirit, there is another key aspect, the expansion of one's domain. The instant Chen Mobai's golden elixir entered his stomach, he felt the power of the void around him emerge from nothing, like an endless torrent of energy surging into his domain. It was unknown where this void power came from, but it did not need to be crushed and refined as usual. It was as if it had been extracted from the void stone, pure and gentle, and directly integrated into the realm. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should intercept these extremely pure void powers and transfer them to his myriad Dharma body. He sensed that this void power was enough to shape all the great dragons of his myriad Dharma bodies into form. But after thinking it over carefully, I gave up. After he formed his core, the Divine Wood sect acquired a 1/3 share of the Void Stone mine in Lonely Soul Ridge, giving them ample time and resources to cultivate the myriad Dharma body. These void forces that arise out of thin air may be specifically designed to enhance one's realm. If he uses them on the myriad Dharma body, it may lead to an inherent deficiency in his own realm in the future. After thinking it through, Chen Mobai began to fully immerse himself in the realm. In the small space that was originally only 2 square meters in size, there was simply a futon and a shelf. The shelf held miscellaneous items such as cell phones, spirit stones, and books, while in the corner there was a stack of talismans and 2 jars of spirit wine. After the core formation, the vast power of the void surged in, and the originally narrow little world began to slowly expand outward, just like a closed space that could only fit one person was suddenly opened up, revealing a bright and open space. It is unknown how much time passed, but the seemingly endless power of the void suddenly began to decrease, gradually turning into a trickle of water until it disappeared completely. Sensing this, Chen Mobai immediately opened his eyes and looked around. The original 2 cubic meter boundary has expanded to 20 cubic meters. Judging from its size alone, it can already be considered a small room. With a thought, Chen Mobai adjusted the height of this realm to 2 meters, and then stretched its length and width to 10 square meters, which was exactly the same size as his own room in Dangxia City. He contentedly brought in the wooden bed and other items he had brought to Wanbao Cave and began to make some simple arrangements. This realm can store and sustain life. Except for the lack of spiritual energy, it is almost a true small world, equivalent to a combination of the storage bag and spirit beast bag of the heavenly river realm. Originally, because the space was too small, Chen Mobai only used it as a second storage bag. Now that he has broken through to the core formation stage and expanded tenfold, he feels he can tidy it up a bit and use it as a portable cave dwelling. The first problem to solve is still the issue of spiritual energy. The immortal sects have a method for artificially cultivating spiritual veins, which requires a spiritual object to suppress the core of the realm. For example, Wenren Zuwei prepared a third-grade high-quality tea tree. Chen Mobai originally planned to transplant the immortal peach tree from Black Cloud Mountain, but he would have to wait until Zhu Ming mastered the tree planting technique to the third level. If all else fails, he can lower his requirements and transplant a third-tier Golden Sun spirit tree from Giant Tree Ridge. Although every third-tier spirit tree in the Divine Wood sect is extremely important, connected to the sect's grand formation and earth veins, and can almost be considered the sect's most precious treasure, no one would dare to make excuses when Chen Mobai returns after forming his core to do this. If it weren't for his insufficient cultivation level, which prevented him from transplanting fourth-order spiritual trees, Chen Mobai would have wanted to bring in the 3 divine trees left behind by the longevity sect from the divine tree secret realm. The best one is that Great Tao tree. It looks extraordinary and is probably a high-grade fourth-order tree, or even possibly a fifth-order tree originally. Unfortunately, it can't be moved. Last time I was almost dragged into the Great Tao tree and transformed into a holy embryo through purification. Luckily, I was able to escape with the help of the purple lightning sword. Upon recalling the purple lightning sword, Chen Mobai's expression shifted again. Amidst the shimmering purple light, he held an ancient-style sword in his palm. Master, you've reached core formation." After recognizing its master, the purple lightning sword became one with Chen Mobai, achieving the sword heart clarity realm that sword cultivators dream of. So the moment Chen Mobai grasped it, it released all its restrictions, allowing Chen Mobai's spiritual power and consciousness to permeate its entire being. Then, a feeling completely different from before surged through the sword. If before, the purple lightning sword felt like a child holding him, and he had to restrain himself and cooperate with it every time, now it feels like a teenager wielding it, and he's starting to get a feel for it. As the sword trembled, half of the pure yang spiritual power at the core formation level within Chen Mobai's body was instantly extracted. Then, a thunderous purple lightning bolt lit up the sky above the Black Island, like a purple pillar of light that reached the heavens and the earth, suppressing all spiritual energy flow within a 10-mile radius. That's enough. I know you're strong, stop sucking." Chen Mobai felt his dantian was empty, and immediately stopped the purple lightning sword from continuing its attack. "Oh, I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've had this much fun." Since being placed in the Mountain and Sea Academy, the purple lightning sword has never again had the memory of so readily drawing upon its master's spiritual power to unleash its power. On ordinary days, it has to be frugal with its spirit stones, thinking about not running out of supplies before the next one is placed in. Chen Mobai's successful formation of the golden core this time made it, which had been holding back for a long time, finally unable to resist, and it experienced a thrilling feeling. Now that I've reached the core formation stage, what level of cultivator can we defeat when we become one with our sword? After putting down the purple lightning sword, Chen Mobai asked the question that concerned him most. He was a cautious person, and even after reaching the core formation stage, he still needed to assess the upper limit of his strength before emerging from seclusion. Those below the 4th level of the golden core realm can generally be killed with a single sword strike. Those between the 4th and 6th levels depend on the opponent's skill and may require several strikes. Against those above the 7th level, a one-hit kill is practically impossible, and your spiritual power won't last long. Avoid them if possible. The purple lightning sword's description is very accurate, mainly because it had followed Master Qing Shi through countless battles, and most of its opponents were golden core cultivators. After all, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, they become a giant in the immortal sects, and no one dares to ask them for guidance. So, in your opinion, with my abilities, where would I rank if I didn't need you? Chen Mobai asked again, and the purple lightning sword shook as if shaking its head. How could I possibly see that? You'll have to fight for yourself. The little crimson heaven has opened, so why don't you find some golden core cultivators to challenge them to duels? After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt it made sense. After 10 years of testing, Zio Chishan had already opened up the ranking of combat at the golden core level. Chen Mobai had held the top spot in the Foundation establishment realm for several years, but later he was busy with other things and didn't care about being number one anymore. So after the rankings were updated, he was too lazy to play for points and almost forgot about Zio Chishan. Having just formed my core, I can use this online arena to hone my skills. The only point of concern is whether it will damage his image as an invincible fighter in the eyes of the immortals. After all, he had just formed his core, so he definitely couldn't defeat those experienced golden core cultivators. How about we try it out on some Foundation establishment perfection people first? He is at the first level of the golden core stage, which is just right for someone at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage. Chen Mobai thought of his idol, Master Kingping. As a supporter of the Realm School, he felt that his idea was very sound, as it could both train himself and hone the future of the immortal sect. But the most important thing now is to announce that we have left the country. He's already reached the core formation stage. This matter definitely needs to be publicized, so that the entire immortal sect knows about it. All those years of training were for this moment. Chen Mobai turned on his phone with a sense of triumph. A series of text messages and missed calls popped up. After reading them, he realized that the news of his self-formed core had already spread throughout the entire immortal sect from the Dance Weapon Academy. After selectively looking at some of the information, Chen Mobai remembered his promise to Yan Bingxuan to inform her first after he formed his core. However, no one answered the phone. They were probably busy with experiments related to the vitality system. Chen Mobai didn't care and flew up from the Black Island of the 4th grade high-quality spiritual vein. He had previously used a small teleportation talisman to return directly to his cabin outside the school. But now that he has reached the core formation stage, he can move freely in and out of the depths of the Myriad Treasures Cave. Under the influence of his awakened fire spirit body, it feels like being in a sauna, making him feel comfortable and his blood and energy active. Chen Mobai even had an urge to jump into the lava for a bath, but it was just a thought. He released the crimson cloud and mist robe, sat on it, took out the key Qin Baiken had given him, and activated the restrictions on the island below, sealing it off. Although only golden core cultivators from the Wuki Dao Academy are allowed to enter the depths of the Wanbao Cave, necessary precautions must still be taken. After doing all this, Chen Mobai flew towards the ground. However, halfway through his flight, he suddenly realized that he was not far from where Duanmu Longrong was, so he turned a corner and prepared to greet the vice principal who had helped him choose the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror. Deep within this Wanbao cave lie islands forged from black refined iron, all of which are 4th-tier cave dwellings of the Taoist Academy. Among them, the island where Duanmu Longrong is located has the most abundant spiritual energy and the largest area. In addition, with the Zhu Guo tree suppressing it, the spiritual vein has reached the level of the 5th grade. When Chen Mobai flew over the island, Duanmu Longrong did not come out of her house. After waiting for a long time without any response, she could only call out once. Student Chen Mobai greets teacher Duanmu. It's you. A surprise sound came from the stone house, and a woman with long, fiery red hair flew out with a look of astonishment and disbelief. She looked at Chen Mobai with disbelief. She had already sensed that a golden core cultivator had arrived outside. Since the immortal sects did not use their divine sense to investigate others, and she assumed it was a teacher from the Dao Academy, she waited inside for the person to come down and talk to her. But then Chen Mobai's voice rang out from the sky. She naturally remembered the most outstanding graduate of this Taoist academy in the last 100 years. If she remembered correctly, this child had graduated less than 20 years ago. How did you reach the core formation stage so quickly? Did they receive a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill from those nascent soul families? Or, like the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Palace, achieving enlightenment and forming the golden core? Just as Duanmu Longrong was in shock, Chen Mobai had already put away the crimson cloud smoke robe and flew down, politely bowing to her. Last time the principal helped me refine the morning bell, and I also owe it to teacher Duanmu for the black gold seal. It was with the help of this natal magic weapon that I was able to easily overcome my inner demons. I have come here to express my gratitude. Chen Mobai's words were sincere. Duanmu Longrong also recovered from her shock at this moment. She looked at the handsome young man in front of her and couldn't help but click her tongue. So it was you who caused the Chicheng Mountain spiritual veins to tremble over the past year or so. I thought the principal's cultivation had made a breakthrough. There is a small world in Wanbao Cave that is similar to a secluded paradise. It contains the most precious spiritual plants and minerals of Wuki Dao Academy over thousands of years. It is also a mid-grade fifth-order spiritual vein, and the place where Master Chengxuan went into seclusion. When a nascent soul cultivator breaks through a minor realm, there will also be this kind of phenomenon, but it will be even more magnificent. However, after being separated by a small world and affecting the spiritual veins of Chicheng Mountain, it is similar to the core formation stage. When I was cultivating in my hometown, I felt that my opportunity to break through had arrived, so I went back to the Taoist Academy to try it out, and I didn't expect that I would actually succeed. Chen Mobai has always been a very humble child in front of these seniors. I'm starting to believe you have the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. Duanmu Longrong said something that made Chen Mobai smile slightly. She invited him into the stone house and had a cup of cool tea. The refreshing tea made him feel a slight tremor throughout his body, as if his muscles and bones had been cleansed, which was very refreshing. This is a third-grade ice mist tea, specially supplied to our Dance Weapon Academy. It's perfect for the hot environment of this myriad treasures cave. During his 10 years at the Taoist Academy, Chen Mobai hadn't exchanged more than 10 words with Duanmu Longrong. But now, the two were like good friends, drinking tea and discussing Taoism, sharing their experiences of cultivating in the Wanbao Cave. If you want to return to the Dao Academy after you reach the core formation stage, I can give you this place. In the end, Duanmu Longrong made a suggestion that greatly appealed to Chen Mobai. This is a 5th grade, low-level spiritual vein. Even for nascent soul cultivators, it is an extremely powerful spiritual land. What are your responsibilities? Chen Mobai was still quite clear-headed and asked the crucial question. Duanmu Longrong, once you take up your post here, you cannot leave until someone willing to take your place appears. Chen Mobai, I have mastered puppetry. Can I use a puppet to run around outside? Duanmu Longrong, okay, but your real body must stay here to guard it. Chen Mobai, guarding what? Duanmu Longrong, this Wanbao Cave and the Yupping Cave heaven deep within it. Chen Mobai, I'm still used to being free and unrestrained, and I may not be able to be as patient as Master Duanmu. After thinking for a while, Chen Mobai decisively refused. Although 5th-order spiritual veins are very rare, they are still not enough compared to the vast resources of the heavenly river realm. He would have a better future as a major trader in both industries. After he forms his core, he will be able to protect the immortal sects, and he can also sell things that he couldn't clean up before. With the resources from both realms, Chen Mobai felt that achieving nascent soul formation was not impossible. The term of guarding this place is 300 years. In addition to the 5th-order spiritual vein, there is also a 5th-order vermilion fruit. That's why I'm here. Duanmu Longrong added one last thing, pointing to the fiery red Juguo tree in the center of the island, which was covered with fruit. But only the topmost one showed signs of ripening, shining with a fiery red iridescent light. The 5th-tier vermilion fruit takes 100 years to flower, 100 years to bear fruit, and 100 years to mature. It is one of the most precious spiritual objects of the immortal sects. Besides being the main ingredient in refining the infant nourishing pill, it can also increase the efficiency of fetal formation when taken alone. It is said that Master Chengxuan was able to form an infant spirit because he consumed a 5th-grade vermilion fruit. If I stay here for 300 years, will I be able to obtain a 5th-tier vermilion fruit? Chen Mobai admitted that he was attracted to her. End of this chapter. Chapter 498, The Nascent Soul Path of the Dance Weapon Academy. Chapter 498, The Nascent Soul Path of the Dance Weapon Academy. When practicing Qi cultivation, my biggest dream in this life is to establish my foundation. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, he thought it would be great if he could form the core. Now that he has reached the core formation stage, Chen Mobai is starting to dream of reaching the nascent soul stage. However, compared to the core formation realm, the nascent soul realm is more mysterious and difficult. Although the immortal sects are short of resources, they can at least maintain hundreds of golden core cultivators in each generation. With such a large sample size, the core formation realm has been studied to a considerable extent. According to the theories of the immortal sects, as long as there are enough resources, almost everyone has the potential to form a core. But the nascent soul stage is different. Even among the immortal sects, they are few and far between. Chen Mobai can use the resources of both realms to form his core, but he doesn't know if he can form his nascent soul. However, compared to the heavenly river realm, the immortal sect has at least a dozen complete theoretical bases for nascent soul formation, as well as related elixirs and spiritual items. Among these, the methods of forming the nascent soul in the 4 major academies are naturally the most advanced. The reason why the Wuki Dao Academy has produced generations of nascent soul cultivators is because of this 5th-order vermilion fruit tree. If Chen Mobai could obtain a 5th-tier vermilion fruit and refine it using the Dao Academy's secret methods, he could at least increase his chances of forming a nascent soul. But only 300 years of prison food. After careful consideration, Chen Mobai still felt it wasn't worth it. In that time, he might be able to find resources of the same quality in the heavenly river realm. However, right after he shook his head in refusal, Duanmu Longrong mentioned another benefit. Sitting here for 300 years, in addition to a 5th-tier vermilion fruit, one can also obtain a nascent soul pill. These words made Chen Mobai's pupils widen. He never expected that besides the vermilion fruit, there would also be a baby-nourishing pill. The 3 spiritual medicines for forming an infant in the immortal sect. Taking the infant nurturing, infant cultivation, and infant transformation products can increase the probability of forming an infant by 10%, which is equivalent to the 3 foundation-building treasures for a nascent soul. However, compared to the 3 treasures for foundation establishment, these 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation are all extremely precious. Even Gong Ajixu, the deputy hall master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, who served the people for 2 cycles of 60 years, only managed to exchange his years of service for a single infant nourishing pill. Why are there still infant nurturing pills? Did the Dao Academy refine them themselves? Chen Mobai asked in confusion, knowing that the 3 spirit medicines for nascent soul formation were of a higher grade than the golden liquid jade pill, both being high-grade 4th-order pills that required thousands of medicinal herbs to refine. He thought that only immortal sects would have the ability to collect them all. Duanmu Longrong, the 5th-grade vermilion fruit, is one of the 12 main ingredients for refining the infant nurturing pill. This vermilion fruit tree can produce 10 fruits in 300 years. The Dao Academy will keep 1 for the caretaker, and the immortal sect will take the remaining 9. They can be used to refine 9 infant nurturing pills. 1 of them will be returned to the Dao Academy. Chen Mobai, is this one also for the person guarding this place? Duanmu Longrong, it's a benefit of the Dao Academy. Those with more than 120 years of teaching experience can exchange for credits. And when I entered the Wanbao cave 300 years ago, The quota for exchanging this infant nourishing pill had already been allocated to me. Hearing this, Chen Mobai finally understood why Duanmu Longrong had guarded this monotonous place for 300 years. Among the immortal sects, this can be said to be the most promising path for the Dance Weapon Academy to achieve nascent soul formation. Chen Mobai, does teacher Duanmu mean that the vermilion fruit is about to ripen? Duanmu Longrong, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, we can pick the first fruit in 12 years. We can pick one every year thereafter. After all 10 vermilion fruits have been picked, it will be time for the Tao Academy to select the next guardian. Chen Mobai, do the guards still need to be selected? Duanmu Longrong, 300 years ago, your teacher Qi Yu Cheng, Hong Mengqi and I competed for the position of this guardian, and I was slightly better than you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. People would fight over a prison meal that would last for 300 years. However, considering the preciousness of the nascent soul artifacts from the immortal sect, one can't help but feel that they are indeed something to be fought over. This is the best path to nascent soul formation in the Dance Weapon Academy, occurring only once every 300 years. It is enough to ensure that the nascent soul stage continues generation after generation. With a bit of luck, one might even have 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators in the same generation. For example, at Bushan Dao Academy, besides the principal Venerable Yungsu, there is also Venerable Kingping. Judging from the fact that the Wuki Dao Academy has only had one nascent soul cultivator, Master Chengshuan, in the past few hundred years, the last time a Taoist master who took the vermilion fruit and the nascent soul pill failed to achieve nascent soul formation, it must have been because of this. I wonder if Duanmu Longrong will succeed this time. I'll think about it some more. Chen Mobai did not refuse outright. Anyway, there are still 21 years left. If he can't find resources for nascent soul formation in the Heavenly River realm, then as a legitimate successor of the Dance Weapon Academy, he feels it is necessary and obligatory to take over the mantle of ancestor Bai Guang Chengshuan and become the next principal of the Dance Weapon Academy to create new glories. With your talent, if you are willing to guard this place, even if the other golden core cultivators in the academy have objections, we and the principal will help you smooth things over. Duanmu Longrong's words have already made the meaning quite clear. After Chen Mobai achieved the core formation, he became the most prominent figure in the Wuki Dao Academy lineage, second only to Master Chengshuan. As long as he is willing, the Taoist Academy is willing to fully support him in achieving nascent soul. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Duanmu. After Chen Mobai thanked her sincerely, he chatted with her for a while about the vermilion fruit and the nascent soul, and then took his leave. After flying out of Wanbao Cave, his first priority was naturally to find Qi Yu Cheng. Such a joyous occasion as the successful formation of the Golden Core certainly deserves to make the teacher happy as well. Upon entering building number 1, Chen Mobai encountered an acquaintance, Luo Hezheng, who is in charge of the treasury of the Taoist Academy. Hello, Teacher Luo. While at the Taoist Academy, Chen Mobai obtained many valuable resources from him, and the two also had a pleasant collaboration during the offline exchange meeting at Jumeng Taoist Academy. You actually succeeded. Luo He, who had just come out of the office, was taken aback when he saw Chen Mobai, but then spoke with a look of shock in his eyes. Just lucky. Chen Mobai remained humble in front of his elders. Director Qi has taken on a fine disciple, Luo Hezheng said with emotion, then looked Chen Mobai up and down with satisfaction. As a teacher at the Dance Weapon Academy, he was proud that the academy had such a talented student. You should know that, when he first heard that Chen Mobai had formed his core independently, he was actually quite pessimistic about it. They believe the probability of successfully forming a golden core is less than 10%. Now it turns out that he underestimated the potential of a nascent soul cultivator. He truly deserves to be called the most outstanding student of the Tao Academy since the White Light ancestor. After watching Chen Mobai go upstairs to find Qi Yu Cheng, Luo Hezheng couldn't contain his joy and shared the news in the teacher's group. I met Chen Mobai. He successfully formed his core. As soon as this message was released, the previously quiet chat group instantly erupted into chaos. Is it true or false? It actually worked. No wonder the Chicheng Mountain spiritual veins have been quiet for the past 2 weeks. As expected of him, I knew he could definitely form his core. There's nothing in this world he can't do. Before they knew it, people in the group started boasting about Chen Mobai's various achievements at the academy, saying that they had already thought highly of him when he was still a student. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai himself had already knocked on Chi Yucheng's office door. "Come in." A familiar, aged voice rang out, and Chen Mobai gently pushed open the door and went inside. "Teacher, I've achieved core formation." Facing the silver-haired old man sitting by the window drinking tea and reading a book, Chen Mobai softly uttered a sentence that made the old man's whole body tremble. Chi Yucheng put down his teacup and met Chen Mobai's gaze. His weathered eyes revealed an unprecedented sense of relief. "Good." He uttered a single word, stood up from the window, and walked step by step toward Chen Mobai. He extended his slender right hand and placed it on his disciple's shoulder, giving him the highest praise as a teacher. "You are worthy of being my disciple. You are ready to graduate. No matter what, I will always be your student." Chen Mobai bowed respectfully to Chi Yucheng, knowing that at least 3/10 of his success was due to his teacher. "I hope that thousands of years from now, I will be remembered by the immortal sects because I was your teacher." Chi Yucheng had never been so happy. He patted Chen Mobai on the shoulder, laughing and sighing. "Teacher, you are already a part of the academy. As long as the academy exists, you will be remembered forever." The master and disciple sat down by the window, and Chen Mobai, as a disciple, poured tea for Chi Yucheng. "By the way, we need to issue an announcement about your core formation." Chi Yucheng suddenly remembered this, returned to his desk, turned on his computer, and began to draft an announcement in the name of the Dance Weapon Academy. Xianmen Live Streaming Network. As the leading website in the short video field, countless users have opened accounts here and started live streaming. Of the 300 million cultivators in the immortal sect, nearly half watch short videos or even live streams in their spare time. Nai Wenjin has his own account. He was a well-known host on Xianmen before. Although he was banned from the entertainment industry for inciting public antagonism, he was still able to continue live streaming online. After being blacklisted, he completely stopped pretending. He directly revealed his identity as Chen Mobai's #1 hater and began to criticize the Wuki Dao Academy for its absolute power in the immortal sects, suppressing artists like him who were both virtuous and talented. He claimed that Chen Mobai was now forced to work in a small, third-tier city, managing funerals to make a living. Today, he just sent an old monk to the funeral home for burial, and while the cremation was taking place, he found a spot and started a live stream on his phone. As soon as the show started, he saw a comment about Chen Mobai and immediately began to express his aggression as a hater. "What? You're saying he's forming his core on his own in Chicheng Mountain without taking any pills? It's impossible for him to succeed. I'm telling you this now. If he succeeds in forming his core this time, I'll livestream myself being cremated." I'm not just blindly criticizing him. With his talent, it's possible for him to form a core or even a nascent soul, but it's absolutely impossible for him to achieve enlightenment and form a core like the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall. He doesn't have that talent. Let me tell you, his so-called nascent soul stage talent is all fake. Throughout history, the immortal sects have produced so many geniuses, some even direct descendants of the nascent soul stage, protected by living nascent soul cultivators. They formed their cores in their 30s or 40s, but in the end, which one of them succeeded in becoming a nascent soul cultivator? Not a single one. Even if he could form a core, it would only be possible after 60 years of hard work and with the help of elixirs. Clearly, he is burdened by his fame and wants to do something big to solidify his image as a nascent soul cultivator. But as a senior, I still need to advise him. Saving face is not advisable. Wouldn't it be better to wait 60 years? Use the privileges of the Dance Weapon Academy to obtain the core formation elixir, and then break through to the next realm. Just you wait and see. If he fails to form his core this time, he'll start to lose his mind. If his mentality is weak, he might even be ruined. And do you know what the most tragic thing is? That means after he fails to form his core, the people who will criticize him the most online will be those talent fans who previously praised him to the skies. As someone who's been through this, I've seen this kind of thing countless times. While Nai Wenjin was relentlessly criticizing Chen Mobai, he suddenly saw a comment on the screen. Chen Mobai has successfully formed his core. Successfully formed the core formation. What are you talking about? Spreading fake news, moderators ban me. After banning this person, Nai Wenjin felt a surge of relief. He cleared his throat and was about to continue attacking Chen Mobai when two more comments with similar meanings appeared. He has truly achieved core formation. The Dance Weapon Academy has issued an announcement. I remember the streamer just swore that if Chen Mobai reaches the core formation stage, he would livestream his own demise. Nai Wenjin personally took action and sealed off more than a dozen people, but suddenly felt something was wrong. He immediately switched to the live streaming website's homepage, and the top trending account was none other than the official account of Wookie Daeyuan. The title is, "Warmly Congratulate Chen Mobai, a graduate of our school's class of 2012, on successfully achieving the Golden Core stage." That's impossible. Nai Wenjin clicked into the live stream with trembling hands and found a beautiful female student and a handsome male student giving away prizes. You're in luck today. Our live stream will take you back to Senior Chen's invincible 22 years of foundation establishment. Every half hour, we'll be giving away Tier 1 chi replenishing water, so don't miss it. Nai Wenjin wasn't interested in the chi replenishing spiritual water. His eyes widened as he clicked into the personal page of the official account of the Dance Weapon Academy and immediately saw the announcement pinned to the top. The content and title are the same, but the bottom right corner of this announcement bears the official seal of Wookie Daeyuan. Upon seeing the official seal, Nai Wenjin could no longer deceive himself. He was petrified, like a walking corpse, and switched back to his live stream. I heard the streamer is going to be cremated, so I came here specifically to see it. When are you going to give it away? Hurry up and do a live stream, you've really hit the jackpot. We don't need to elaborate on the fate of those who break their promises. I urge you to hurry. You might make it to the crematorium in time to join the old monk you just saw off. The chat in Nai Wenjin's live stream suddenly exploded. Someone took a screenshot of his direct words and spread it online. Instantly, he became the second most popular streamer, second only to Chen Mobai, who had reached the core formation stage. Just as hundreds of thousands or even millions of cultivators flooded into his live stream, they suddenly found the screen completely black. The stream has been interrupted. Please try watching the live stream again next time. Seeing the end of stream notification on the black screen, many people started cursing. No matter where you are, people who break their promises are despised by everyone. However, some rational people, such as his fans, said that they should give Nai Wenjin some time to prepare, since it is really difficult to broadcast his own funeral on live stream. Maybe he'll figure it out tomorrow or the day after, and then he'll start broadcasting and send himself to his death. Many impatient people clicked into Nip Manchung's account page, ready to leave angry comments, only to find that they couldn't post any comments. What happened? Has this guy's account been banned? Just as they were wondering, Nai Wenjin's username had already been changed to, "This user has deleted themselves." Dry. This son of a bitch is not only untrustworthy, but also a coward. Now, even some fans who were still rationally speaking up for Nai Wenjin couldn't hold back their anger and started to turn against him, taking the lead in attacking him first. End of this chapter. Chapter 499, Ching Sang Academy. Chapter 499, Ching Sang Academy. Son, you've really reached the core formation stage. Looking at his parents' video on his phone, Chen Mobai smiled and nodded. Chen Xinglan and Tang Pengqi on the other end were overjoyed to receive confirmation. If you hadn't come from my belly, I wouldn't have believed that I gave birth to such an outstanding son. Tang Pangyui's words made Chen Mobai chuckle. The family video chatted for nearly an hour before calming down from their excitement. Son, let me know before you come back that we'll definitely have a big celebration for the core formation event, with dozens of tables set up and all our relatives and friends invited. Although Chen Mobai wanted to show off his success in forming his core, he still shook his head with a wry smile when it came to the idea of holding a banquet. In fact, Tang Pangyui had wanted to do it when she was in the foundation establishment stage, but the foundation establishment stage in the immortal sect was only the middle level, so Chen Mobai felt it was not very suitable. It was just a simple meal with family members. But this time, since the core formation was successful, Tang Pangyui insisted on holding the ceremony for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's talk about this when our son gets back. I'll hang up now. Chen Xinglan waved with a smile on the screen, and then the family disconnected. Although Chen Mobai anticipated that his failure to take pills to form his core would cause a sensation in the immortal sect, he did not expect it to be this sensational. Since the Wuki Dao Academy released the announcement celebrating his successful core formation, almost everyone who had his contact information called him, and some shy ones also sent congratulatory text messages. Chen Mobai could only respond selectively. After glancing at his contacts, he first called Meng Huinger back, acknowledging that she had played a significant role in his successful core formation. After chatting on the phone for a while and agreeing on a time to meet next, Meng Huinger reluctantly hung up the phone. She's currently on tour with the arts department and can't leave for the time being. Otherwise, she would have flown over to celebrate the day she received the news. After dealing with Meng Huinger, Chen Mobai checked the missed calls in his contacts. He looked for King Nu's contact information, and she sent him a text message. Congratulations on achieving core formation. That's it. Chen Mobai felt that given his relationship with King Nu, she should at least make a phone call. Perhaps because we've been busy with core formation in recent years, we've had less contact, and our relationship has become a bit distant. Just as Chen Mobai was wondering whether he should call her, Yan Bingshuan's call suddenly came in. Hello, Chen Mobai saw the caller ID and answered without hesitation. Yan Bingshuan, I was in seclusion breaking through to a higher realm and my phone was off. I just turned it back on and saw a missed call from you. What's up? Chen Mobai, haven't you seen the latest trending news? Yan Bingshuan, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I thought you might be busy, so I replied first. Upon hearing Yan Bingshuan's blank and cold words, Chen Mobai coughed lightly and then sent her the link to the official website of the Dance Weapon Academy. 3 seconds later. You've reached core formation. Yan Bingshuan's tone suddenly became high-pitched, and the shock and joy she was about to express could be felt even through the phone screen. Having known each other for so many years, this was the first time Chen Mobai had ever heard Yan de Marin speak with such rich emotions. Didn't I promise you I'd let you know first after I reached core formation? I did call, but you didn't answer. Chen Mobai spoke in a helpless tone, and Yan Bingshuan apologized somewhat embarrassedly. I wanted to share the joy I felt then with you. Although that time has passed, the joy remains the same. I have achieved core formation. Chen Mobai still values rituals. On the phone, he said 4 words to Yan Bingshuan, sharing his joy of breaking through his cultivation level with his good friend. Yes, I felt it. Yan Bingshuan responded with an unprecedentedly gentle tone. For some reason, although Yan Bingshuan didn't talk much, Chen Mobai always wanted to find topics to chat with her about, and she would respond in the same way. That awkward yet mutually yearning feeling was completely different from when he chatted with Meng Huinger before, which made Chen Mobai very intoxicated. If Meng Yihua hadn't suddenly called, Chen Mobai probably would have been able to chat with Yan Bingshuan until tomorrow morning. I'll hang up now, I'll be back this year. Yan Bingshuan concluded by saying that she had already graduated from the Bushan Dao Academy, but she stayed at the school to continue studying the Ice Soul, Divine Light with the help of the equipment, and rarely returned to Dangxia City. I plan to come back this year, So naturally I want to celebrate Chen Mobai's successful core formation in person. Okay, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Chen Mobai switched to Ming Yihua's phone with anticipation. Ming Yihua, holy crap old Chen, you're awesome. Good brothers can talk much more freely. After Ming Yihua graduated, he was selected by the relevant departments of the immortal sect to be taken away because of his outstanding achievements in weapon refining. His phone calls with outsiders are also recorded in the whole process to prevent the leakage of some secrets. Chen Mobai, all right, come find me in Dangxia City next time you're free, I'll treat you to drinks. After chatting with Ming Yihua, the students from the nascent soul class naturally had to reply one by one. Those with close relationships, such as Yunyang Bing and Wang Xingyu, would personally return the call, while the others would send a text message. Chen Mobai spent 2 or 3 days on this matter alone. He breathed a sigh of relief after finally finishing his call with Hua Zijing. Just as he was about to put his phone down, another new text message came in. It only has 2 simple words, congratulations. Chen Mobai, who had been somewhat nonchalant, was slightly startled when he saw the sender's note. Shi Wanyu. They hadn't seen each other since their graduation. So many years have passed, he had almost forgotten that he ever had this female friend. However, that incident was still on his mind, so after thinking about it, Chen Mobai deleted the text message and pretended not to have seen it. Now that he has reached the core formation stage, the two are destined to have no future together. In that case, it's best to avoid further contact. 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Zhongli Tianyu frowned slightly as he looked at the text message Chen Mobai had sent back. If he could successfully form his core without taking any pills, I should be able to too, right? Zhongli Tianyu asked this question to Zhongli Yue, who was standing beside him. As one of only 3 golden core cultivators in the Zhongli family, she was low-key but the most likely to have the hope of forming a nascent soul. That is why she was assigned to this 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. I don't think you're up to the task. Zhang Liu shook her head directly, interrupting Zhang Lishianyu's thoughts. Why? I am a descendant of the nascent soul stage, and I have the 8 trigrams mirror as a spiritual treasure to aid me in forming my core. It shouldn't be able to stop me from forming my core. Zhongli Tianyu was a little unconvinced. He felt that although his talent was slightly inferior to Chen Mobai's, with the blessing of the Bagua mirror, a treasure left over from the nascent soul stage, he felt that he could make up for the gap. You are merely a descendant of the nascent soul stage, while he possesses the potential to become a nascent soul stage. You should focus on cultivating diligently and wait until you obtain the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill before attempting to form your own core. Zhang Liu had met Chen Mobai twice and had a good impression of this polite child. However, upon their first meeting, she felt that the child was not as amazing as the outside world had described, and she did not sense that the child's almost overflowing potential for becoming a nascent soul cultivator. But then Chen Mobai successfully opened up a new domain, which made Zhang Liu think that the child might be being humble in front of her and deliberately holding back. Now, hearing that he successfully formed his core without taking any pills, Zhang Liu is even more certain that she was ignorant back then, and that this child has the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. I can give it a try. I still have a long time before I reach 60 years of service. Zhongli Tianyu was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to catch up with Chen Mobai and not be left behind. You are not him. Without the aid of elixirs, you certainly cannot form a core. Why bother trying to waste your essence and vital energy? Zhang Liu's expression hardened, and although Zhang Lishianyu was very unwilling, he could only say "oh" and lower his head. In fact, he himself knew that before Master Yuangsu launched the realm treasure, the people of his nascent soul family had obtained the qualification for internal testing. Zhongli Tianyu tried to simulate core formation himself, and he could only succeed after adding the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. Damn it, am I going to never catch up with him in this lifetime? Zhongli Tianyu, who had been arrogant and self-important since childhood, suddenly began to doubt himself at this moment. Even if he could successfully form his core in one go with the help of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, he would still be more than 40 years behind Chen Mobai, who had already reached this realm. His talent was never as good as Chen Mobai's to begin with, and after so much time, the latter might have already been able to try to form a nascent soul. Should we not compete with him? This thought suddenly flashed through Zhongli Tianyu's mind. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that the people from the nascent soul clan were gossiping about his talent behind his back. That day, he went to building number 1 on Chicheng Mountain again. However, this time he wasn't going to see Chi Yu Cheng, but rather to pay his respects to the principal. The news of his core formation was immediately reported to Venerable Chengshuan by the Tao Academy. However, since a nascent soul cultivator needs a long time to complete a single cultivation session, a response has only been received now. If it weren't for waiting for Master Chengshuan, Chen Mobai would have returned to the Heavenly River realm long ago. Indeed, the Chunyang lineage has a worthy successor. Master Chengshuan was very happy to see Chen Mobai enter. The two talked for a long time, mainly Chengshuan Shangren speaking. He said that as long as Chen Mobai was willing, he could give him the nascent soul spiritual object from the Taoist Academy after Duanmu Longrong. Before leaving, Venerable Chengshuan said earnestly, "I know that after you formed your core on your own, you think that forming your nascent soul won't be too difficult, but I still want to advise you that the most suitable path for forming your nascent soul with the pure Yang scroll you cultivate is our Wuki lineage. In the immortal sects, it is almost impossible to form your nascent soul on your own. The only exception is practitioners of Chanchun Gong. Thank you for your guidance, Principal, but wouldn't it be interesting if I could do something that no one has ever done before?" Chen Mobai said something that stunned Master Chengshuan. "Child, it's only fun when you succeed. If you fail, you'll feel like everything you've done was for nothing." Master Chengshuan has seen far too many proud people, but without exception, they all eventually bowed their heads in the face of failure and passed away in despair. Only he took one step at a time, building his foundation and forming his core within the immortal sect system, eventually becoming a nascent soul cultivator. This means that the path many people have taken is the most correct one. The initial pioneers were mostly failures. Then I just need to avoid failing. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Master Chengshuan chuckled. "You're still a young man after all. I have over 200 years left to live. I hope you can change your mind before I pass away. That way, while I'm still alive, I can help you plan your path to nascent soul. The principal will definitely be able to become a god." Chen Mobai said something nice, and Master Chengshuan burst into laughter. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Mobai went to sit with Chi Yu Cheng for a while. Qin Baiken happened to be there as well. After Chen Mobai thanked him again, Qin Baiken took the opportunity to say goodbye, leaving the master and disciple alone. "I will not interfere with your own choice, but I still have to advise you that the opportunity to take charge of the dance weapon lineage is very rare." As a teacher, Chi Yu Cheng seemed to know the content and outcome of the conversation between Master Chengshuan and Chen Mobai, and said something earnestly. "Chen Mobai, the Academy has countless talented people, but I am not qualified enough. If I were to take over, I am afraid I would not be able to win the respect of the people. Chi Yu Cheng, as long as you are willing, the principal, I, and senior sister Duanmu will all support you." Unbeknownst to many, Chen Mobai had become the future that everyone at the Dance Weapon Academy had high hopes for. They all believed that he could lead the Tao Academy to new heights, and even if he couldn't become the second old ancestor by Guang, at least with the resources of the Tao Academy, reaching the nascent soul stage would be no problem. After all, in the history of the immortal sects, 99% of those who attained enlightenment and formed their core without taking any elixirs successfully formed their nascent soul. The only exception was when he died outside the border during the opening of the war. "Teacher, I'm not being modest, but I'm still young. Please let me relax for a few more years." Chen Mobai could directly refuse others, but with Chi Yu Cheng, he could only play the emotional card. "All right then, but you should first join the faculty of the academy. That way, You can start accumulating seniority tomorrow. If you want something easier, you can do what Xiaoyu did and become the principal of an academy to get used to it. The little Yu that Qi Yucheng mentioned is none other than the red-robed true man, Yu Tianguang. The 120 prefectures of the immortal sect are basically branches of the Taoist academies and palaces. Danju Academy is one of the branch campuses of Wuki Taoist Academy. Then how about I become the vice principal of Danju Academy? Chen Mobai was a homebody and didn't want to leave his hometown, so he offered a suggestion. That won't do. An academy can only have one golden core cultivator at most. Educational resources cannot be wasted. Qi Yucheng shook his head, then recounted that there was still a vacancy in the 120 prefectures for a golden core cultivator to oversee the university. It just so happens that there is a Qing Sang Academy in Yumu City next to Dengxia City. It is jointly run by Wu Qi Dao Academy and Ju Mang Dao Academy. Although the current acting principal is from Ju Mang Dao Academy, he would definitely be willing to step down and give way if Chen Mobai went there. Chen Mobai knew that there were no golden core cultivators in Yumu City. If he wanted to clean up his talisman business and expand it, it would be necessary for him to control the city. Let's go with Qing Sang Academy. End of this chapter. Chapter 500 Reunion with Qing Nu. Chapter 500 Reunion with Qing Nu. After Chen Mobai selected the school, Qi Yucheng was also satisfied. After you reach the core formation stage, you'll need to report to the Kaiyuan Hall. While you're at it, also make a trip to the Ministry of Education to complete the process of becoming the principal of Qing Sang Academy. Wuki Dao Academy is considered one of the major sects of the immortal sects. After Qi Yucheng finished writing Chen Mobai's job transfer letter and affixed the academy's official seal, he made several phone calls to his friends in the Ministry of Education to give them a heads-up. When Chen Mobai arrived at Wanggu Cave, he was naturally greeted by Sun Daeji. Junior Chen, there aren't many people I admire in my life, but you are the one I respect the most now. After receiving Chen Mobai, Sun Daeji looked at him with admiration and even reached out to take his luggage. Senior Sun is also a young genius. I'm just ahead of him. Chen Mobai remained as humble as ever when facing his own people. The two went to the Ministry of Education to handle the simple matters first. Thanks to Qi Yucheng's prior notice, the entire process of Chen Mobai becoming the principal of Qing Sang Academy was completed in one morning. If a certain leader hadn't gone to another department to handle some business, it probably would have only taken half an hour. Then we went to the Kaiyuan Hall. We'll have to wait here. After all, it is one of the three major halls of the immortal sect and the core of the immortal sect. In addition to the 374 golden core true persons, there are also 14 nascent soul masters who are counselors of this hall. The current master of Kaiyuan Hall, Qi Yuheng, is known as the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect. He was already at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm 100 years ago, and is hailed as the most likely person to become a deity after the two saints of the immortal sect. However, people of this level are basically detached from worldly affairs. After Chen Mobai's information was submitted, it was Deputy Hall Master Yi who approved it. Greetings, Master Yi. Chen Mobai received the notification on the 3rd day and came to Kaiyuan Hall. Sit. Yi was a stunningly beautiful woman with a stern face. When Chen Mobai entered, she was processing some documents, pulling one out from a pile of papers while wearing a women's suit and shirt. Chen Mobai took it and saw that it was indeed his personal profile and information, but some problems were circled in red pen, and there were also small notes next to it indicating how to make changes. Take it back, revise it, and then hand it in. After Yi Yun finished speaking, she lowered her head and continued to deal with her own affairs. Chen Mobai paused for a moment, then turned and took his leave without saying anything more. Do you have any grudge against Master Yi? After returning home, he told Sun Daeji about the matter. Sun Daeji looked at the document that had been modified with a red pen and frowned slightly, asking in surprise. How could that be? This is the first time I've met her. Could it be that she doesn't like our dance weapon academy? Chen Mobai immediately shook his head. His personal profile and information were prepared directly for him by the people from Wuki Dao Academy in Wangwu Cave. The people who handled it were experienced, so there would definitely be no problem. But Yi nitpicked and forced them to return the offer. There must be some reason behind it that they didn't know. Let's wait a few days. Master Wang has not returned from his visit to the western mysterious cave heaven. He and Yi Yun are both rotating members of the Kaiyuan Hall. If he is involved, we don't need to guess. The Wuki Dao Academy also has a golden core cultivator in charge of the overall situation in Wangwu Cave Heaven, named Wang Shui. He once competed for the position of Deputy Hall Master of Kaiyuan Hall, but unfortunately lost to Yi Yun. Chen Mobai didn't pay any attention. After all, he has a promising future and the Heavenly River realm as his backing, so he doesn't care much about the resources of the immortal sect. Even if he doesn't enter the Kaiyuan Hall, it doesn't matter. While waiting for Wang Shui to return, Chen Mobai also arranged to meet Qingnu for a meal. He called, but it wasn't answered until a while later. Qingnu, hey. Chen Mobai, are you free? It's been so many years since I've seen you. Qingnu, are you in Wangwu Grotto Heaven? Chen Mobai, just dropping by to see you and also to take care of some business. Qingnu, oh right, you've reached the core formation stage. According to the rules, you should come to the Kaiyuan Hall. Congratulations. Chen Mobai replied modestly, and then the two agreed to meet on a street with convenient transportation. In an underground space on the outskirts of Wangwu Cave, Qingnu put down her phone with a smile on her face. Who is it that makes you so happy? Wearing a white coat and glasses, Zhang Li looked up and asked a question while observing the experimental data of the flesh on the operating table. A good friend I haven't seen for a long time has come to Wangwu Grotto. Qingnu picked up her data processing tablet, walked over to Zhang Li's side, and began to operate the experiment. That guy. Little did Zhang Li know who it was in an instant. After all, Qingnu's social relationships were very simple. She had joined the Patching Heaven group before graduating and had been exposed to many secret and dark things, making it even more impossible for her to have anything in common with those students living in the Ivory Tower. So, apart from the Heaven Mending group, the only friend Zhang Li knew in the immortal sect was her boyfriend. Qingnu's few requests for leave were all to see him. Okay, I'll ask the team leader for leave later. I won't be coming this afternoon. You'll have to work hard by yourself. That's wonderful. Your boyfriend has formed his core on his own, and you have a heavenly spiritual root, so your core formation is also guaranteed. In the future, you two can practice the purple and green demon refining heavenly book together. Maybe you will become the second Qing Shi and Qing Jing couple. Zhang Li pouted at Qingnu with an envious look, while Qingnu blushed with embarrassment and waved her hands repeatedly to indicate that she and Chen Mobai were just friends. Men and women in the immortal sects are free to love. What's there to be ashamed of? He's rarely here, so you should seize the opportunity to let him know how good you are. Take a few days off to spend time with him. Such a good man. Now all the female cultivators with connections in the immortal sects are looking for his contact information. I know of several unmarried women from the nascent soul families. Zhang Li is Zhang Lixianyu's cousin. Although she has also successfully established her foundation, the remaining golden elixir jade pill and infant nourishing pill in the family are for use as foundational materials, so even Zhang Lixianyu cannot take them. Therefore, if she wants to achieve the core formation stage, she still needs to serve the people within the immortal sect. However, as a descendant of a family of nascent soul cultivators, her relationship was definitely different. She was assigned to the Heaven Mending group, where she was able to obtain the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill in the shortest amount of time. Moreover, her team, the fourth patching team, is a medical team, so they basically don't need to be on duty in combat, and their safety is guaranteed. Because of her family background, she has many close friends from powerful families. Recently, they have been discussing in their small group how to win over Chen Mobai, the #1 genius of the immortal sect. I'm leaving now. Qingnu was too shy and couldn't stand Zhang Li's attempt to teach her some techniques, so she immediately put down her tablet and ran out of the lab. Because of its very special nature, the Patching Sky group requires every member to report every detail of their phone calls and travel, specifying the duration of their leave when they leave and when they will return. After Kingnu had the leave slip signed by 3 leaders, she finally received a card that allowed her to leave the house. The Sky Mending group is located underground, so a special card is required to take the elevator to the surface. A beep. When the elevator doors opened, Kingnu saw that there were already 2 people inside. "Hello, Deputy Chief Lan. Hello, Chief Lin." Kingnu immediately greeted them. Lan Haitian and Lin Yin glanced at her and nodded slightly in response. "Which floor?" Lin Yin stood at the elevator entrance, her face masked, and pointed a finger at Kingnu, asking her a question. "The ground floor." Kingnu hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. As expected, Lan Haitian and Lin Yin both turned their attention to her after hearing this. Under their gazes, Kingnu took out the card she had applied for and swiped it in front of a small magical artifact. After the green light came on, Lin Yin lowered his head and pressed the button on the ground floor. On the 3rd basement level, Lan Haitian and Lin Yin stepped out of the elevator, and Kingnu breathed a sigh of relief. Within the Patching Sky group, Group 6 is the department responsible for combat. Every member has blood on their hands, so people from other departments instinctively feel uncomfortable when they encounter them, because their gazes were fixed on every vital part of the body. She must have gone to see Chen Mobai. After Lan Haitian sat in his office for a while, Lin Yin came over with the information he had found and said something. "I never expected that the kid who was just practicing chi cultivation back then would now be at the same level as me." After reading Kingnu's leave application, Lan Haitian thought about the recent heated discussions on the internet about Chen Mobai's successful formation of his core on his own, and said with some emotion, "It's a pity. If I had been more determined to bring him into the Heaven Mending group back then, I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble." Lin Yin was also deeply impressed by Chen Mobai. Back in Dengxia City, the latter had just established his foundation, but he still managed to unleash a purple fire sword light that amazed even her. At that time, she didn't understand why Chen Mobai refused outright, but now she finally does. Clearly, he had absolute confidence in his ability to achieve core formation, and looked down on the meager benefits offered by the Heaven Mending group. Lan Haitian, even if he joined Group 6 back then and filled the vacancy after I left, and now that he has successfully formed his core and been promoted, you will still take over the position of Group 6 leader, and it will still be just as hard work. Lin Yin, then at least the first 20 years will be easy. This statement made Lan Haitian shake his head and remain silent. He looked at Kingnu's leave slip, and using his authority as the deputy head of the Heaven Mending group, began to access Chen Mobai's file within the immortal sect. Soon, a newly approved appointment caught his attention. Chen Mobai is hereby appointed as the principal of Qingsang Academy in Yumu City, Ministry of Education XXXX. Lan Haitian stared at the name Yu Macheng in silence for a long time before taking out his phone. He opened his contacts and found Chen Mobai's phone number. Then dial. "Okay, you can arrange it." Although Chen Mobai was a little puzzled as to why Lan Haitian would suddenly invite him to meet, he had helped him a lot, so he had to give him face. Beep, beep, beep. Just after he hung up the phone with Lan Haitian, Kingnu's phone rang. Soon after, the two, having confirmed their location, finally met. 6 years have passed, and Kingnu is still as beautiful and charming as ever. She sat on a bench by the roadside, her delicate and elegant face now tinged with the allure of someone experienced in the workplace. Her white inner lining subtly revealed her exquisite collarbones, while her black coat clung tightly to her curvaceous upper body. Her navy blue skirt perfectly concealed her fair and rounded thighs, and her long, straight calves were adorned with black high heels. The contrast between black and white made her skin appear even whiter and more like jade. "You haven't changed at all, you're still so beautiful." When Chen Mobai saw Kingnu, he sincerely exclaimed that time had not taken away any of her beauty. On the contrary, it had given her a more mature elegance. You are the same. King Nu stood up, looked at the handsome young man in front of her, and said with a smile. Because he broke through his cultivation level early, Chen Mobai's physical body has always remained at its most youthful peak, and his appearance has hardly changed. After reaching the core formation stage, at the age of 44, compared to his lifespan of 560 years, he will retain his appearance for over 100 years. Although my appearance hasn't changed, my mental age has aged. Chen Mobai said something self-deprecatingly, and Qing Nu couldn't help but burst out laughing. The two walked together on the streets of Wangwu Cave. Although they hadn't seen each other for 6 years, they talked as easily as if they were friends who were always by each other's side. Hey, aren't you that? Unfortunately, their relaxed state only lasted a short while before Chen Mobai was recognized. Before the crowd could gather around, Chen Mobai led King Nu away from the scene as quickly as possible. They then found a coffee shop with private rooms so that they could have a private space to chat. I heard from my younger brother that you gave him a coffee cup, apparently to test some kind of drug. Qing Nu's words caused Chen Mobai to break out in a cold sweat. He cursed Kong Fiken in his heart, but he quickly came up with a plan. His expression turned serious, and he gently shook his head. Then, extending his finger, he used his water manipulation technique to write a sentence in the air, using the coffee and the cup as ink. Lan Haitian just contacted me, saying he wanted to talk to me. He probably knew you were coming to see me, and it might be related to your younger brother and sister. Don't tell me a single word about them. When King Nu saw this sentence, her pretty face changed slightly, but she immediately understood, nodded, and reached out to wipe away the coffee-colored characters that Chen Mobai had written in midair. Then the two started talking about normal things. He talked about his spiritual practice and work over the years. Qing Nu had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment some time ago. This was because she had been holding back her breakthrough in order to solidify her foundation. Otherwise, with her heavenly spiritual root talent and the resources of the Heaven Mending Group, she could have easily reached the peak of foundation establishment. Chen Mobai, don't you plan to practice the everlasting spring technique? King Nu, there is only one wood spirit talisman. After senior sister Wenren started practicing it, it will be virtually impossible for anyone else in the academy to master the everlasting spring technique. The resources of the immortal sects are limited. Even the Jumeng Dao Academy can only support one person to cultivate the everlasting spring technique. Both Qing Nu and Wenren Zuwei possess the heavenly water spiritual root and were born in the same era. However, the former has some issues with the records of the immortal sects, making it easy for Jumeng Dao Academy to make a choice. The two chatted until sunset. If it weren't for the fear that King Nu would go back late and be gossiped about, which would damage her image as a young woman, Chen Mobai would have liked to talk to her all night. He didn't have many friends in the immortal sect, but Qing Nu was undoubtedly his #1 friend. The two of them are truly sincere with each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 501, An Old Case. Chapter 501, An Old Case. Haven't seen you for a long time. In a discreet club, Chen Mobai was brought in by Lin Yin and met Lan Haitian. Sit. Lan Haitian invited Chen Mobai to sit down at the tea table by the window, and Lin Yin went out and closed the door behind him. If this happened elsewhere in the immortal sects, a conversation between two golden core cultivators would be enough to make the front page of any news story. It's a pity this is Wangwu Grotto Heaven, the center of the entire immortal sect. Congratulations on reaching the core formation stage. To be honest, although I thought you would reach this level sooner or later, I really didn't expect it to be this fast. Thanks, Lan Haitian said with emotion, and Chen Mobai smiled slightly, neither being modest nor boastful. He knew that someone like Lan Haitian would never seek him out unless it was something important. If he got too polite with these people, he might be led astray. He should just wait for him to get to the point. At this moment the door opened again, and Lin Yin walked over carrying a tray with a complete set of tea-making tools, tea leaves, teacups, and so on. As Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian talked, They admired her graceful tea-making movements. Her elegant demeanor made it impossible for anyone to guess that she was the infamous leader of the sixth group of the Patching Sky group, whose hands were covered in blood. Lan Haitian, can I ask you something? Chen Mobai, please speak. Lan Haitian, after reaching the core formation stage, why did you choose to go to Ching Sang Academy in Yu Mu City? Chen Mobai hadn't really expected Lan Haitian's question. He had originally thought it was about Qing Nu and Kong Fiken, since the latter was involved with the Ascension sect, which was considered their heaven-mending group's mortal enemy. It was the Academy's idea. After I formed my core, Master Chengxuan wanted me to stay at Chicheng Mountain to guard the Wanbao Cave. That way, he could rightfully leave me the Zhu Guo and other nascent soul spiritual items, but I felt that it was too easy to obtain them that way. After all, I formed my core a bit too quickly. If I don't properly hone my foundation, I'm a little worried that when I form my nascent soul in the future, my cultivation level will be too unstable, and I won't be able to succeed on the first try. Moreover, I am a homebody. Unfortunately, both Danju and Chixia universities have golden core cultivators in charge, so I could only choose Kingseng Academy, which is nearby and has the background of Wuki Dao Academy. There was no point in hiding it, so Chen Mobai explained all the reasons and causes in one go. Lan Haitian hadn't thought anything of it yet, but Lin Yin, who was brewing tea, paused for a moment when he heard the key terms vermilion fruit and nascent soul formation, and almost poured out the tea he had just brewed. She glanced at the handsome young man sitting beside her and felt a pang of guilt. Is this the number one genius of the immortal sect in this era? They're already considering sterilization. It seems like he's even more talented than Deputy Chief Lan. Just as Lin Yin was thinking this, a cup of clear, bright tea was handed to him without his even realizing it. Oh, I see. Lan Haitian glanced at Lin Yin, who hadn't yet served him tea, and said something with a slightly strange expression. What, is there a problem with Ching Sang Academy? After accepting the tea, Chen Mobai asked with some surprise. A person like Lan Haitian wouldn't specifically seek him out for something like this. Since he's brought it up here, there must be some secret he doesn't know. Do you remember when we met in Danxia City? I don't have many friends in the immortal sect, but you and I share a deep friendship because we fought side by side on the battlefield. You can be considered my best friend. The past in Danxia City is still vivid in my mind, and I remember it well. Chen Mobai's words made Lan Haitian a little embarrassed. In his mind, Chen Mobai was just a junior with good talent and excellent combat skills. Initially, the intention was to recruit members of the Heaven Mending group to supplement the sixth group, whose casualty rate was extremely high. Later, Chen Mobai became the chief of the Dance Weapon Academy, and Lan Haitian obtained the embryo of his natal magic weapon from the Myriad Treasures Cave before he formed his core. That's why, even after he formed his core, Lan Haitian still patiently answered all of Chen Mobai's questions. Lan Haitian asked himself honestly, and he really didn't consider Chen Mobai a friend. However, now that Chen Mobai has reached the core formation stage, he realized that this was a worthwhile friend, so he continued with that statement. In that battle, although we defeated the Ascension cult, we still let Fei Nio take away the snake, so the mission was a failure. For this reason, Qing Nu has been on our observation list for years, and we don't let her get involved in some confidential matters. Lan Haitian's words alerted Chen Mobai. Just as he had thought, it was still about Qing Nu and the other two. Chen Mobai, what does this have to do with Ching Sang Academy? Lan Haitian, the laboratory where the three of them were when they were young was in Yumu City. After the matter was dealt with by the relevant departments of the immortal sect, these experimental subjects were arranged to be placed in a nearby blessed land. Qing Nu and the other two were sent to the welfare home in Danxia City. I thought that after you formed your core, you would investigate this matter for Qing Nu, so I volunteered to go to Ching Sang Academy in Yumu City. After hearing these words, Chen Mobai remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was in turmoil. He just randomly chose the school closest to his home, and yet he still managed to run into it. However, upon closer reflection, if one thinks more carefully, one can still make the connection. It can only be said that Chen Mobai had made up his mind not to investigate the childhood of King Nu and the other two before reaching the nascent soul stage, so he had never paid attention to these things or actively collected any information about them. Therefore, it is normal that he did not expect Yu Cheng. King Nu is my friend, but I really didn't know about this matter. Chen Mobai has always been portrayed as a loyal and righteous person in the immortal sect, so that's all he can say. But in his heart, he's thinking about whether there's a way to change schools and become the principal. This matter clearly involves the highest levels of the immortal sects and has far-reaching implications. Although he is considered to be among the upper echelons of the immortal sects after forming his core, it would be best for him to avoid it if possible. However, the Ministry of Education has already stamped the document and completed the process, so there's definitely no way to withdraw it. It's just that the Dance Weapon Academy has too much power and too deep a background. If he had graduated from another academy, he would probably still be stuck in the approval process. The experimental base in Yumu City has already been dealt with by the relevant departments of the immortal sect. Even if you find it, you won't find anything useful. Whether Lan Haitian believed Chen Mobai or not, he revealed some more secretive information. That is to say, Chen Mobai has formed his core, and is clearly the future chosen by the Wuki Dao Academy lineage, otherwise he wouldn't have said these things. I never intended to investigate this matter in the first place, so this is for the best. As Chen Mobai spoke, he pondered how to extricate himself from this obviously massive undercurrent. All of those experimental subjects were under the supervision of the immortal sect. However, as more than a decade passed, some people became lax, which led to the unexpected situation in Danxia City. As Lan Haitian finished speaking, he pulled out a document from his golden core realm and handed it to Chen Mobai, but the latter refused it by raising his hand. I don't want to get involved in this. Going to Yumu City is just because it's close to home, but King Nu is my friend. If it involves her, I will do everything I can to protect her. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Lan Haitian was slightly surprised, while Lin Yin's eyes lit up. King Nu is so lucky to have a boyfriend like that. In that case, you should definitely take a look at this document. Lan Haitian's words made Chen Mobai frown slightly, but since he said that, there must be a reason. After reading the beginning, Chen Mobai's pupils suddenly contracted. Lan Haitian, on the day Fei Nio took the snake away, the two of us had already joined forces to kill all the people from the Ascension sect who came to pick us up, but we still failed in the end. Do you remember why? Chen Mobai, a mysterious golden core cultivator, has made a move. Chen Mobai would never forget this incident. It was the first time he had witnessed a golden core cultivator take action, and he and Lin Yin were completely powerless to resist. It was at that time that his desire to form his core became a spark, driving him to cultivate diligently for more than 20 years. Every golden core cultivator who leaves their post needs to report to the Kaiyuan Hall in advance. After that incident, I investigated the Kaiyuan Hall's travel log and also checked those who were old and retired at home. No one had any record of appearing in Danxia City that day. After Lan Haitian finished speaking, Chen Mobai had also finished reading all the contents of the document, and his heart was pounding wildly. Because this contains a detailed investigation of the two golden core cultivators in Danxia City over the past 20 years. Then, the only people we can suspect are Yu Tianguang and Shi Qing. Lan Haitian's tone was calm, but to Chen Mobai it was like a bolt from the blue. The crimson-robed immortal is my teacher at the Dance Weapon Academy. He would never stoop so low as to join the Ascension cult. After the initial shock, Chen Mobai quickly considered all the clues and began to uphold his own persona, speaking up for the crimson-robed true man who had helped him. Lan Haitian, if it's not him, then it must be Master Shiking. Chen Mobai, that's not what I meant. Could it be that someone came to Danxia City without reporting to Kaiyuan Palace? Not daring to give anyone cause for criticism, Chen Mobai immediately added. Over the past 20 years, this possibility has been largely ruled out. However, there are many extraordinary skills and techniques in the immortal sects, so it cannot be said to be absolute. But these two true immortals are indeed the most suspicious people. Lan Haitian brought up the topic they had been discussing at the beginning. Danxia City is just a blessed land. Generally speaking, after a golden core true immortal is there, according to the tacit understanding, no second true immortal will go there. But in this small place there are two. The people of Danxia City have always been proud of this. Among the immortal sects, there are very few blessed cities with two golden core cultivators presiding over them. Now, after Lan Haitian's reminder, Chen Mobai realized that Danxia City was next to Yumu City. Could it be? The time that Shi Qing and Yu Tianguang spent in Danxia City could cover the beginning and end of that experiment, but this is just my conjecture. To find out exactly who it was, we need more further and stronger evidence. Lan Haitian took the documents that Chen Mobai had finished reading, and with a single grasp, turned them into dust. Chen Mobai, are you going to attack them? Lan Haitian, once we have the evidence, we will carry out the arrest operation. At that time, in order not to alert the suspects, we may need your assistance if you are nearby. Also, you will need to keep an eye on these two masters in Danxia City in the meantime. At this point, Chen Mobai finally understood the real purpose behind Lan Haitian's summons. Besides testing the waters, it's also giving yourself a chance. If they can cooperate with him to capture a golden core cultivator who might be a member of the Ascension sect, then Chen Mobai, who suddenly applied to become the principal of Qing Sang Academy after reaching the core stage, can clear his name in this matter. Chen Mobai, can I refuse? Lan Haitian, of course, this is just a personal request of mine, not an official order from the immortal sect. At this point, Chen Mobai fell silent. After finishing his tea, he took his leave. Will he agree? Lin Yin had a good impression of Chen Mobai, and while tidying up the tea set, he asked Lan Haitian. I don't know, I just informed the Dance Weapon Academy about this through him. Lan Haitian stood by the window, watching Chen Mobai's departing figure on the street below after he left the club, and smiled slightly. Lin Yin, is the Dance Weapon Academy also involved in this matter? Lan Haitian, the waters of this matter run much deeper than you and I can imagine. If we want to find out the truth, I alone may not be enough. Chen Mobai returned to his hotel and carefully considered everything he had talked to Lan Haitian. He usually just didn't want to pay attention to this matter, so he didn't think about it. But now that Lan Haitian has brought it up, he has no choice but to think about it. However, he lacked crucial information. He only knew what Lan Haitian had told him, and what King Nu and Kong Feiken had described about his childhood. In the end, he decided to call Qi Yucheng. After all, the matter involved the Crimson Robe Master Yu Tianguang, who was a teacher within the Wuqi Dao Academy. I see. After listening to what Chen Mobai said, Qi Yucheng remained silent for a long time before replying with 4 words. Chen Mobai, teacher, what should I do? Qi Yucheng, your appointment as the principal of Qing Sang Academy has been completed. This matter can no longer be avoided. Do what you should do and wait for the official order from the immortal sect. In other words, if the immortal sect confirms that Yu Tianguang is a cultivator of the Ascension sect, then Chen Mobai must put righteousness above family ties. If not, then that would be best. At that time, he and Yu Tianguang might join forces to deal with Master Shi Qing. Okay, teacher. After finishing his phone call with Qi Yucheng, Chen Mobai finally had a clue. Within the immortal sect system, even a golden core cultivator who commits a crime cannot escape punishment. Chen Mobai was grateful that he had always been law-abiding and a good citizen. After waiting for 2 more days, Wang Shui returned to Wangwu Cave and personally took Chen Mobai's personal profile and information to Si Yi Yun. That afternoon, the official list of counselors on the Kaiyuan Hall's official website was updated to include 1 more person. It was Chen Mobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 502, Returning Home. Chapter 502, Returning Home. Having his name on the Kaiyuan Hall signifies that Chen Mobai has officially become a member of the upper echelons of the immortal sect. because he would be taking up the position of principal at Ching Sang Academy in Yumu City. This city, one of the 72 blessed lands of the immortal sect, was assigned to his name. Shortly after Chen Mobai received the pentagram badge representing his status as a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall from Wang Shui. Wen Ping, the city lord of Yumu City, called to inquire when the leader would arrive and what his requirements were for his office and residence. Chen Mobai didn't know Wen Ping very well, so he only exchanged a few polite words and said that everything would be discussed after he arrived, and that everything should remain the same for now. Director Chi said, "You are mature beyond your years. I didn't quite believe it at first. I thought a young talent like you should be arrogant and unrestrained. I didn't expect it to be true." The speaker was Wang Shui, a handsome and upright middle-aged man who was also the representative of the Dance Weapon Academy in the immortal sects and held the highest position. It is also a nascent soul pill made from a fifth-order vermilion fruit at the 9th level of the golden core stage. He has basically reserved one. He is considered the leader of the official faction of the Wuki Dao Academy, and Duanmu Longrong of the Hermit faction are the nascent soul seeds that the Academy will support next. I am so fortunate to have become a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall this time, thanks to Senior Wang's mediation. Chen Mobai said very politely that although he had risen to the top in one step and was a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, which was the highest level of civil servants in the immortal sect, he still addressed Wang Shui as a junior from the Wuki Dao Academy. "Haha, with your reputation, Yi wouldn't dare to hold you back for too long. Even without me, she would have approved you after 2 or 3 tries." Wang Shui didn't explain why Yi Yun was blocking Chen Mobai, and the latter wisely refrained from asking. After all, Yi Yun was considered to be among the highest level of the immortal sects, second only to those nascent soul cultivators, who wielded the most power. With the nascent soul stage essentially detached from affairs, Gong Ajixu, Yi Yun, Wang Shui, and others were effectively the ones in charge of the immortal sect system. Yi Yun's blocking him must not be without reason. Chen Mobai decided to keep this in mind. If he reaches the nascent soul stage one day, then bring this matter up again. Chen Mobai was still a bit petty. However, if no one has formed a nascent soul, or if Yi Yun formed a nascent soul first, then it should be assumed that this matter never happened. Until then, let's continue to cultivate in a low-key manner. That evening, Chen Mobai and Wang Shui had dinner together. The latter mentioned some people in the 3 main halls of the immortal sect who needed to be watched. They were all powerful figures in the immortal sect, whose status was no less than his own. Chen Mobai listened as he offered the toast. Later, Wang Shui also mentioned some benefits of being a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, such as being able to apply for 3rd-grade high-quality spiritual energy from the immortal sects for free, as well as access to the heavenly curtain. What is the sky curtain? Chen Mobai always asks questions when he doesn't understand something. It is the pure qi of the heavenly gang that covers the entire Earth Yuan star and the Earth's membrane. When the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect arrived, these had already been destroyed by the previous civilization. They used their extraordinary abilities to combine them into the heavenly curtain. If fully activated, it can be considered a 6th-order grand formation. However, it is usually only used for basic functions. It is mainly used to absorb the essence of the sun, moon and stars and the cosmic void energy to supplement the 6th-order spiritual vein of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain and support the cultivation of the 2 ancestors. You are a pure yang cultivator, and you can refine the essence of the great sun into pure yang purple qi. However, if you do not have this authority, the great sun essence that you have painstakingly obtained will be intercepted by the heavenly curtain, because all spiritual energy that enters the Earth origin star domain will be regarded as its own energy by the heavenly curtain. After listening to Wang Shui's explanation, Chen Mobai finally understood why he suddenly disappeared when he entered the sky above the Earth origin star when he used the formless puppet to condense pure yang purple qi. It turned out that he was working for the heavenly curtain. After listening to Tianmu's introduction, fearing that there might be similar things he didn't know about in the immortal sect, He immediately continued to ask questions, and Wang Shui patiently answered them one by one. At the end, Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should ask Wang Shui about what Lan Haitian had told him. But then he thought that the matter was too complicated for Wang Shui to handle, so he decided not to drag him into it. Anyway, we've already reported it to the Taoist temple. No matter how big the matter is, Master Chengshuan will handle it. Even Master Chengshuan couldn't hold on. There was still the white light ancestor above him. Their Wuki Dao Academy has a powerful background. As long as Chen Mobai doesn't do anything illegal in the immortal sect, even if the mystery of Qing Nu's background involves the old ancestor Kaingsing, they can protect him. With this in mind, Chen Mobai felt his worries of the past few days suddenly disappear, and he was no longer troubled. Before leaving, he naturally had to say goodbye to Qingnu. A light drizzle suddenly began to fall that day. Chen Mobai used the crimson cloud and mist silk to transform it into a colorful cloud umbrella, which he placed over the two of them. The two walked side by side on a commercial street, and from a distance, they looked like a sweet young couple. "I'm leaving. Call me if anything happens. With my current status, I can at least guarantee your safety. I'm in Group 4, mainly responsible for medical research and experiments. There won't be any dangerous missions." Qingnu misunderstood, thinking that Chen Mobai was worried that she would be sent to participate in some kind of battle or killing in the Patching Heaven group. "That's good." Chen Mobai nodded gently, then suddenly stopped. He looked at Qingnu with tender eyes, and she turned her head in surprise. The moment their eyes met, her pretty face flushed slightly and she involuntarily lowered her head. "Qingnu, what's wrong?" Chen Mobai did not answer. He extended his right index finger and gently tapped his temple. Then, a wisp of spiritual consciousness containing mental intent was drawn from his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Then he reached out and grasped Qingnu's fair and delicate left hand. She struggled slightly for a moment, then let him hold it. Qingnu's heart was pounding. She thought she was finally going to get what she was waiting for. She was wondering whether to say yes or wait a while before saying yes, when Chen Mobai's spiritual sense was already gently knocking on her heart. Within the immortal sects, only those with the closest relationships communicate in this way, treating each other with complete honesty and sincerity. Qingnu hesitated for a moment, but then immediately lowered her guard and allowed Chen Mobai's spiritual thread to enter her purple mansion sea of consciousness. "Call me if you need anything." After the two finished their telepathic exchange, Chen Mobai said those words again in a calm tone. But by this time, Qingnu had already realized the weight of those words. This means that Chen Mobai is very likely to confront another golden core cultivator because of her, or even face the dark forces hidden in the highest levels of the immortal sect. Just as Chen Mobai released Qingnu's hand and turned to leave, the latter suddenly rushed over and hugged him from behind, saying something in a slightly trembling voice. "Promise me you won't investigate this because of me, okay?" Feeling the gentle and beautiful woman behind him, Chen Mobai was puzzled. When did he say he would investigate this matter for Qingnu? He simply told her what Lan Haitian had said, warning her to be careful within the Heaven Mending group, and not to be used by others as a pretext to deal with the two golden core cultivators of Danxia City. Could it be that these words caused Qingnu to misunderstand? "Chen Mobai, don't worry, have you forgotten that I'm a graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy? Besides the headmaster, Master Chengshuan, our academy also has the white light ancestor. Qingnu, you don't need to give up your promising future and choose to go to Yumu City for my sake." Chen Mobai was speaking when Qingnu suddenly sobbed slightly, interrupting him with some emotional agitation. "Chen Mobai, I went to Yumu City mainly because it's close to home. It's not as complicated as you think." "Qingnu, I know, you said that to put my mind at ease. I really don't deserve all that you've done," sob. "You've really misunderstood." Before Chen Mobai could finish speaking, Qingnu had already gone from soft sobbing to loud crying. Clear tears slid down her snow-white cheeks, soaking the back of Chen Mobai's clothes. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt that she couldn't hear anything he said. Although it was raining, they were all cultivators, so there were quite a few people around the commercial street. They all stopped when they saw this scene, and some even took out their phones to record it. Oh no! Chen Mobai then realized that he seemed to be a celebrity. He immediately rode the crimson clouds, and mist that enveloped him and the weeping Qing Nu away. Seeing that King Nu seemed a bit off, Chen Mobai had no choice but to cancel his ticket for today's departure and rebook the hotel for another day. That day, King Nu cried in his arms for a long time, as if she had cried out all the pent-up emotions and feelings that had accumulated in her heart for more than 20 years since Kong Feiken and Yang Jing left. Chen Mobai put himself in her shoes and thought about it from her perspective. Her two closest relatives were taken away by the cult, and although she was in the immortal sect, she was never trusted. After graduating from the Tao Academy, she was trapped in the Heaven Mending group, where she was constantly monitored. Chen Mobai felt that he could only endure this kind of life for a few more years before he would definitely run away to the heavenly river realm. King Nu, however, has persevered until now, simply because the Patching Heaven group possesses the most comprehensive intelligence on the Ascension sect, enabling them to know news of their younger siblings immediately. It's late at night. No one knows when, but King Nu had cried herself to sleep in Chen Mobai's arms. He dared not move rashly. Looking at her delicate face after the rain, he reached out and brushed away a few strands of black hair that had fallen to the corners of her mouth. His fingertips touched her fair and delicate cheeks, and he couldn't help but gently stroke them. This movement seemed to wake King Nu. She rubbed her eyes, looked up, and saw Chen Mobai's gentle gaze. She relaxed, changed her position, and fell asleep again. In the immortal sect, Chen Mobai was born into the Dance Weapon Academy. He had a complete family and many friends. Everyone wanted to be his friend. But Qing Nu, with her heavenly spiritual root from the Jumeng Dao Academy, only has Chen Mobai as a friend she can be completely honest with. Only when she was with Chen Mobai could she completely let down her guard. King Nu slept for a long time and didn't wake up until mid-afternoon of the next day. "I'm sorry, I haven't been able to fall asleep this relaxed in a long time." Hearing her words, Chen Mobai felt a pang of heartache. King Nu had told him that when she was resting in the Patching Sky group, she only dared to close one eye, and she had always been under a high level of mental tension. "How about I tell Lan Haitian that you should leave the Sky Mending group and come with me to Yumu City?" In a moment of impulsiveness, Chen Mobai uttered those words. Qing Nu's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion, but she immediately shook her head and lowered her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I still can't let go of Xiaochen and Xiaojing." Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that she did not agree. Bringing King Nu back to Yumu City with him means that even if he doesn't want to investigate that matter, the mastermind behind it will definitely assume he is her, and might even alert the enemy. "No apology is needed. I respect all your decisions." Chen Mobai's words moved King Nu even more, and she sobbed softly, tears welling up in her eyes. The two parted ways the next morning. King Nu escorted Chen Mobai to the airport entrance, and only after his figure disappeared did she reluctantly turn back again and again before heading towards the Patching Heaven group. A warm welcome to the legendary Chen Mobai as he returns to his hometown. As soon as Chen Mobai stepped out of the airport, he saw huge banners. Qin Beipeng, the city lord of Dangxia City, was personally waiting for him with the leaders of various departments. Beside Qin Beipeng were naturally Chen Xinglan and Tang Pangqui. "Why make such a fuss? I'm just going back to my hometown. I'm going to take up my post in Yumu City soon." Chen Mobai pointed to the crowded people on the outside, the exaggerated banners, and the support signs with his full-body portrait, saying that he was being treated like a superstar, even more so than a big star. He shook his head and said. His words prompted Qin Beipeng to quickly explain that this was a spontaneous welcome from the citizens, representing their pride in Chen Mobai, and not an official organization. Chen Mobai decided to take it as a spontaneous gesture, as he didn't intend to take a populist approach. After waving to the crowded people outside, he led Qin Beipeng and the others away from the airport. Despite Tang Pangqui's insistence on hosting a banquet, and with Qin Beipeng and others adding fuel to the fire, Chen Mobai's return home after achieving the Golden Core stage dominated the headlines in Danxia City, maintaining a commanding lead in popularity. After hosting a banquet for his classmates who came upon hearing the news, the foundation establishment cultivators from Danxia City, the staff of various departments of the immortal sect, and his own relatives and friends, Chen Mobai finally had some free time. My maternal grandfather, Tang Lu, also brought half the villagers to Danxia City because they were all related to them. This was Tang Pangui's domain. She was the most excited person since Chen Mobai returned, and she personally entertained every guest, even Chen Mobai's classmates. Even after the banquet ended, her excitement hadn't subsided, so she went to the square where she often danced. Since Chen Mobai was the headline, people would mention him every time she went there, and she would casually say, "So you know my son has reached the core formation stage." Chen Mobai stayed in Danxia City for a while, and people came to visit him every day. Frustrated beyond measure, just as he was about to head to Yumu City, he suddenly received a call from an unexpected person. "You little brat, you've grown wings and returned home after reaching the core formation stage, but you don't even come to pay your respects to me," the local bigwig. Listening to Yu Tianguang's words on the phone, Chen Mobai's expression became slightly strange. End of this chapter. Chapter 503, Returning to the Heavenly River Realm. Chapter 503, Returning to the Heavenly River Realm. Normally, Chen Mobai would have brought some fruit to visit Yu Tianguang. But now that he knew from Lan Haitian that he might be a member of the Ascension sect, Chen Mobai, who was always cautious, did not want to risk meeting him, even though he had the purple lightning sword in hand. Moreover, in the eyes of the immortal sects, Yu Tianguang is now one of the suspects, and it would not be good for him to meet with him. He simply used the excuse that he was about to take up a post in Yumu City to express his regret at not being able to come to Danju Academy. Yu Tianguang seemed somewhat displeased and hung up the phone immediately. Chen Mobai didn't care whether this would alert the enemy, since it was a matter for the Patching Heaven group. However, since they had said so on the phone, he couldn't stay in Danxia City any longer. He said goodbye to his family that evening and left early the next morning. Yumo City. As one of the 72 blessed lands bordering Danxia City, this city is most famous for its vast forestry resources. The spiritual wood used in Chen Mobai's talisman factory is all sourced from here. Almost every household in Yumu City understands spiritual plants, and each family plants a unique spiritual tree in their yard. These traditions come from Yu Zai, the most famous city lord in the city. Yu Zai is also the only golden core cultivator in the history of Yu Mu City, and a fourth-order spiritual plant cultivator. He led the city from traditional handicraft production to the forestry metropolis it is today, and formulated the greening regulations for Zion men. The Garan elm he planted with his own hands, under the meticulous care of countless spiritual plant masters over 3,000 years, became the only fourth-order spiritual tree in Yumu City. After Chen Mobai arrived, he first came here for a visit. "Counselor Chen, this is Jeddah Courtyard. There is a fourth-grade low-level spiritual vein specially allocated by the immortal sect that runs directly here, just to support this fourth-grade elm tree." Wen Ping, the city lord of Yumu City, led Chen Mobai to an antique courtyard. Right in the center of the courtyard was a tall spirit tree with lush green leaves and outstretched branches. This place is also a famous historical site. When Chen Mobai was a child in Qingshan village, he heard his grandfather talk about it and was deeply impressed. So after arriving, he expressed his desire to pay homage to the ancestral site. Yu Macheng, naturally, made arrangements for such a small request immediately. Wen Ping was a gentle-looking, slender old man. He was a third-level spirit plant cultivator and a local of Yu Mu City. He grew up here and studied at Qing Sang Academy. After graduating from Foundation Establishment, he took the civil service exam and joined the Forestry Bureau, where he rose through the ranks step by step. "I'll have someone tidy it up a bit later, and Counselor Chen can move in right away tonight." As someone who could govern a city, Wen Ping was naturally a person who could understand subtle meanings. He thought that Chen Mobai wanted to take over this peculiar courtyard. After all, it was a fourth-order spiritual vein. I'm just here to visit and experience the spirit of my predecessors. There's no need for me to stay here. Chen Mobai immediately shook his head. He had just used his void insight to check, and found that the spiritual energy in this courtyard was just enough to nourish the fourth-order spiritual trees. If he moved in to cultivate, it would affect the growth of these fourth-order spiritual trees. Even if he did such a thing, no one in Yumu City would say anything to him, but if word got out, it would have a bad impact. After all, the internet is so developed now, and he's currently very popular, so many people are waiting to ride his coattails. My maternal grandfather, Tang Lu, once said that officials can do nothing, but they cannot do wrong. The best way to avoid making mistakes is to do nothing. Chen Mobai had just arrived in Yumu City and wasn't familiar with the group led by Wen Ping yet, so it was best for him not to do anything at first. After visiting Jeddah Courtyard, Chen Mobai learned a little about the leaders of various departments in Yumu City, then politely declined all kinds of hints and temptations, and left with Song Mudu, the former principal of Ching Sang Academy who had come to wait for him. Song Mudu is a teacher employed by the Jumeng Academy and a third-level spiritual plant master. He is only 1 year younger than Wenren Zuwei. Senior sister Wenren is incredibly talented. I thought there was no one in the immortal sect with more outstanding talent than her, until Principal Chen appeared. Song Mudu had an ordinary appearance, but he was very witty. He quickly used Wenren Zuwei, whom both of them knew, to get closer to him. Haha, you flatter me. Compared to senior sister Wenren, who has mastered the everlasting spring kung fu, my talent is still slightly inferior. Chen Mobai didn't have many admirers in the immortal sects, but Wenren Zuwei was one of them. With the help of the resources of the Heavenly River realm, he went through great hardships to raise his fire spirit root value to over 80. Wenren Zuwei, however, achieved the cultivation of the everlasting spring technique with 3 heavenly spiritual roots in a resource-scarce place like the immortal sect. In terms of talent, she is undoubtedly the #1 in the immortal sect. Most importantly, she is a nascent soul cultivator, and will definitely be able to take over the Jumeng Dao Academy in the future, becoming one of the top figures in the immortal sects. Principal Chen, let me first introduce you to the basic information about Ching Sang Academy. After exchanging pleasantries, the two arrived at the school. Compared to the 2 universities in Dangxia City, which were built on mountains, this place was a plain. However, different kinds of spirit trees were planted in circles according to the plan, and some young boys and girls were observing and taking care of them in groups. Ching Sang Academy was initially a joint venture between Wuki Dao Academy and Jumeng Dao Academy, established to raise spirit silkworms and obtain silk to weave the red and black robes of Wuki and the green robes of Jumeng Immortal. Previously, Wuki Daeyuan had raised some fire silkworms here, but as the scale grew, the mulberry tree resources became insufficient, so they brought in experts from Jumeng Daeyuan to help. Ching Sang Academy has been established for over 500 years and is now the #1 institution in the immortal realm for both sericulture and mulberry cultivation. Besides these, the textile department is also famous, and the cultivation of various spirit trees other than mulberry trees is also on the list of knowledge taught by the academy. Teacher Song deserves immense credit. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was very satisfied with Ching Sang Academy. Among the 120 academies in the immortal sect, they are basically specialized in certain fields. For example, the Longevity Academy in Chicheng Cave Heaven is dedicated to the study of lifespan. The fact that Ching Sang Academy has achieved first place in 2 majors is a testament to the hard work and dedication of its past principals. Not at all, I was just doing my duty. With Principal Chen's arrival, our school will definitely be able to achieve more first place in our majors in the future. As Song Mudu spoke modestly, a group of students walked towards them. The teacher in charge was a handsome young man. He naturally recognized Song Mudu and immediately came over to greet him. Then he saw Chen Mobai and his expression changed slightly. I have met Principal Chen and Vice Principal Song. Chen Mobai has been all over the news in the immortal sects lately. Although the news of his choice to become the principal of Qing Sang Academy has not yet spread outside, the academy has already received a notice from the Ministry of Education. So when he saw him, the young teacher hesitated for a moment, but still called him principal directly. "Hello, Ms. Gu, you can continue teaching your class now." Song Mudu nodded and said to the young teacher, "Have we met before?" Just as the young teacher was about to leave, Chen Mobai suddenly said something. "Principal, you may have a bad memory. When I was young, I had the honor of sharing a train with you. My name is Gu Mingxuan." Gu Mingxuan didn't hide anything and looked up at Chen Mobai. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai looked at his face and indeed found that scene in his memory. It was him. Back then, the young and impetuous Chen Mobai met him, Shi Wanyu, Wenxing, and others on the train and put on quite a show. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed. "If you have time, Professor Gu, you can come and sit in my office sometime." Chen Mobai spoke to Gu Mingxuan, who hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and turned to leave. "I didn't expect that Principal Chen would know Teacher Gu. He passed the second-level Spirit Plant Master Assessment in the military, and is also a new teacher that our Qing Sang Academy is focusing on cultivating." After Gu Mingxuan left, Song Mudu began to explain his background and the reason for joining the company. Among the immortal sects, only a few are capable of reaching the foundation establishment stage. Aside from the Taoist academies and palaces, which can ensure that every teacher is at least at the foundation establishment stage, only the principals and key head teachers in the 120 prefectures possess this level of attainment. The other instructors are mostly at the 9th level of qi refining, but they will ensure that they have a second-level professional certificate from the immortal sect. Gu Mingxuan was one of them. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded, not paying any attention to it. He was just a little surprised to run into an acquaintance. The two continued their visit to the mulberry orchard and silkworm rearing facility of Qing Sang Academy. "Teacher Gu, is that our new principal? He's so young, he looks about the same age as us. After all, he is the youngest core formation cultivator among all the golden core true persons in the immortal sect today." After Chen Mobai left, the students in Gu Mingxuan's class began to discuss excitedly. Someone even started recording a video on their phone just now, and it's almost edited and uploaded now. After all these days, as long as the title includes the name Chen Mobai, the traffic will skyrocket. "Let's go, classmates. Today we're going to observe agarwood." Gu Mingxuan immediately interrupted their excitement and brought them back to the reality of class. However, as he led the students away, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Mobai's back, and a trace of sadness flashed through his heart. Back on the train, although the two of them were worlds apart, he at least had the mentality of comparison. But now it's a completely different dimension. Thinking about what he knew, a struggle flashed in Gu Mingxuan's eyes, but he still sighed. Chen Mobai is already a golden core cultivator. He was also the supreme ruler of the entire Yumu city. He's just a lowly cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining. Let's just leave him be. After learning about Qing Sang Academy from Song Mudu, Chen Mobai followed the established rules and allowed the academy to continue operating as before. After all, he came here to be the principal mainly for peace and quiet. "If I were to interfere in the operation of the academy, regardless of whether it would improve things, at least some of my energy would be diverted. I should use that time to properly manage the Tianhe realm." After spending 7 days at Qing Sang Academy, Chen Mobai chose a detached courtyard not far from the school as his home. Given his current status, he naturally bought it directly. Then we need to apply to the immortal sect for a high-grade 3rd-tier spiritual vein. This is a perk of being a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. It's free. The spiritual veins of the 3rd rank and above needed to be modified. Fortunately, the source of these 3rd-rank spiritual veins was in Qing Sang Academy, and it was his business as a golden core cultivator. So, in just 3 days, under Wen Ping's personal supervision, the spiritual energy was delivered to Chen Mobai's new home in Yu City. 2 months passed quickly, and Chen Mobai became familiar with everything here. Meanwhile, Yu Macheng and Qing Sang Academy, under his deliberate downplaying of his presence and indifference, went from initial turmoil to a state of calm. When Ping and Song Mudu spoke highly of Chen Mobai, when chatting with their colleagues and alumni, they all said that Counselor Chen, the principal, was good at recognizing and utilizing talent and was reasonable. After he took office, the atmosphere in the city's schools became more positive and the trees grew even better. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai left behind a formless puppet and returned to the heavenly river realm. Rumble. As Chen Mobai emerged from a desolate mountain cave, he looked at the dark clouds that suddenly appeared in the sky, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was frantically gathering, and the flashing lightning, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Just as he had predicted, after forming his core and returning to the heavenly river realm, he would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation. Although he was 70–80% confident that he could easily overcome the tribulation, he decided to return to the Shenmu sect and use the sect's grand formation to undergo the tribulation again to ensure a 100% success rate. As he unleashed the great perfection of returning to Origin's secret technique, the pure yang spiritual power within his Danshan and sea of qi began to conceal itself within his myriad dharma body. As his cultivation level continued to decline, the tribulation lightning in the sky, which had initially been flashing wildly, gradually began to hesitate and waver, eventually disappearing slowly because it could not find its target. Chen Mobai nodded as he watched the dark clouds in the sky dissipate. This returning to Origin's secret technique is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, because of this secret technique, one of the most obedient little disciples went missing. Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh again when he thought of Luo Yixuan. However, now that he has reached the core formation stage, he can at least handle things calmly in this eastern wilderness. Hopefully, nothing bad has happened to his little disciple during the years he has been in the core formation stage. After determining the direction, Chen Mobai rode the crimson cloud and smoke robe toward the eastern wilderness. This place is between the eastern barbarians and the eastern wilderness, where endless mountains and dense forests lurk some inexplicable strange creatures and demonic beasts. Without a cultivator familiar with the paths to lead the way, it is easy to get lost in it and turn into bones. When Chen Mobai left the Divine Wood sect, he ostensibly went to the Golden Crow immortal city in the sun-bathing sea to form his core, but in reality, after leaving the eastern wilderness, he went straight back to the immortal sect. However, in order to attract attention, he still sent one of his shapeless puppets to Dongyi. Now that I have successfully formed my core, I can take back the puppet. Chen Mobai closed his eyes and activated his divine sense, only to find that the formless puppet seemed to be trapped somewhere and unable to move. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He sensed that the place was not far from him. End of this chapter. Chapter 504, Wasteland. Chapter 504, Wasteland. After flying for a while, Chen Mobai arrived at a place not far from where the formless puppet was located. He used his puppetry skills to try and summon the formless puppet, but after waiting for a long time, he found that the puppet remained motionless. After searching the vicinity, no trace of the puppet was found. Chen Mobai sat cross-legged on the ground and began to use his divine sense to sense the puppet. After reaching the core formation stage, he was able to unleash the full power of this peak-level immortal puppet, so he quickly found its location by following the coordinates of his divine sense. As if breaking through a barrier, Chen Mobai opened his eyes and looked around from the puppet's perspective, his face showing surprise and doubt. This is an underground cave. Pure spiritual energy overflows in the air. I used the puppet's built-in function to measure it and found that it has the spiritual energy value of the third-level low grade. How did the puppet get in? With this question in mind, Chen Mobai began to activate the formless puppet with his divine sense. He took a look and found that the high-grade spirit stone placed in the power core had only 2% of its spiritual energy left and was almost completely dried up. Logically speaking, this high-grade spirit stone should be enough to keep the puppet functioning normally for more than 10 years without intense battles. After activating the puppet's low-power mode, Chen Mobai drained the last bit of spiritual energy from the spirit stone and began to walk towards the ground. If his spirit stones were at full strength, he could directly use the formless puppet to simulate sword energy bursting from the ground. But now, he could only slowly walk along the path of this underground cave. After walking for a while, Chen Mobai saw skeletons through the puppet's perspective. Some were human cultivators, and some were demon beasts. It seemed that this place was a feeding ground for some kind of monster. To his surprise, he found a storage bag next to the skeleton of a human cultivator. As they walked, they picked up items along the way. By the time the shapeless puppet reached the ground, it had 3 storage bags on its body. Strange, what exactly is down there? Chen Mobai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes, looked at the dust-covered Wuxiang puppet that had walked up to him, took out a new high-grade spirit stone, and put it into the puppet. Amidst the clinking and tinkling sounds, Chen Mobai emptied the contents of the 3 storage bags. But then I discovered something quite surprising. All the spiritual stones here have been drained of their spiritual energy, turning into a dry and broken state. Even some magical artifacts have dimmed spiritual light, as if they have lost their effectiveness after being eroded by the long years. Chen Mobai recognized some familiar patterns, the golden halberds of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and some golden crystals. Could the people who died below be disciples of that great Eastern sect? Unfortunately, the golden energy contained within the golden crystal was also a variant of spiritual energy, and it was drained just like the spirit stone. Otherwise, Chen Mobai could have cultivated the falling treasure golden light. Let me see what's going on. After replacing the spirit stones, Chen Mobai immediately accessed the data stored in the core of the formless puppet. He scrolled through the darkness that began when the spirit stones ran out and the system crashed, and finally saw the key. Suddenly, the earth split open, and a huge mouth opened up to swallow the sky. The formless puppet that was traveling in midair began to struggle. With abundant spiritual energy from the spirit stones, the formless puppet was able to unleash power close to that of a core formation cultivator, but it still managed to escape the terrifying devouring force with great difficulty. Unfortunately, after escaping once, they encountered it a second time, a third time. On the 4th attempt, the spirit stones of the formless puppet were exhausted, and it could no longer sustain itself. It was swallowed by the cracked earth and plunged into darkness. It wasn't until Chen Mobai returned that he sensed it and awakened it. Is someone deliberately targeting us, or are we just unlucky and have encountered something so strange? The desolate land between the eastern wilderness and the eastern barbarians is home to many unknown and strange forces and powerful monsters. The eastern barbarians and the eastern wilderness were originally part of this region, but it was opened up by the disciples and followers of the major sects in the eastern lands and became the current 6 regions of the eastern lands. Although human cultivators dominate the heavenly river realm, demon and ghost cultivators are not to be outdone. In addition to the 6 domains of the eastern land, there are also holy lands of the demon race. The land of Dongli was originally a buffer zone between the human race and the demon race, and also a battlefield. The reason why demonic cultivators were able to take root and flourish there was because the eastern land needed them as the first line of defense against the demon race. However, at times, demonic cultivators would also go mad and join forces with the demon race to come to the east. At the most dangerous time, almost half of the east was lost. Many holy lands prepared for the destruction of their ancestral lands and sent their core disciples to flee to the far east desolate ruins with their inheritance. The territories of Dongyi, Donghuang and Dongwu were thus opened up. These desolate lands also harbor many dangers, such as the yellow dragon beast that occupied the Yunmeng River more than 6,000 years ago, which ravaged the 3 realms and no one could subdue it. Fortunately, a true monarch of 1 yuan emerged from the descendants of the pioneering cultivators. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he swept away all the fourth order and above demonic beasts in this desolate land. Otherwise, without a nascent soul cultivator to guard it, it would have been impossible to survive safely in this desolate land. Chen Mobai recalled the contents he had seen in the Book of Time of the Divine Wood sect, and his expression changed slightly. He looked solemnly at the earth that had devoured the formless puppet. More than 6,000 years have passed since the ascension of the One Yuan true monarch. It is very likely that the monsters and strange creatures in this desolate land will give birth to fourth-order beings again. This kind of existence is already equivalent to the nascent soul stage. Just as Chen Mobai was considering whether to use the formless puppet to go down and test it again, two beams of spiritual light suddenly appeared within the range of his divine sense. His expression shifted slightly, silver light flashed, and he had already hidden himself in the golden core realm. However, the formless puppet, now refilled with spirit stones, concealed all spiritual energy fluctuations and hid under a large tree. After waiting for a while, two beams of light flew into the sky. There were two Foundation establishment cultivators, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. "I am a disciple of Kongseng Valley. If you kill me, my sect will never let you go." An angry voice rang out, and a beautiful female cultivator in a purple dress was seen wielding a purple bamboo flute, struggling to defend against the attack of a cultivator dressed entirely in black robes and wearing a black mask, revealing only a pair of pale white pupils. Golden rays of light, shimmering in the black-robed cultivator's hands, transformed into a golden torrent that poured towards the purple-clad female cultivator. The powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy caused the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble continuously. The flute magic artifact in the purple-clad female cultivator's hand was of mediocre quality, and after a while it cracked open. She gritted her teeth and took out a flower basket from her storage bag. A clear light shone from the basket, barely resisting the golden flames. "Hand over your storage bag, and I'll spare your life." The masked cultivator deliberately spoke in a hoarse tone, but his hands continued to move, and another golden flame condensed, the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations revealing his strength. "You made no attempt to conceal the magic of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. You had no intention of letting me leave." The purple-clad female cultivator stopped pretending at this moment. In an icy tone, she took out a dark blue talisman, bit her tongue, and spat out a drop of her essence blood to activate it. "Dark Azure Divine Thunder Talisman." The masked cultivator also recognized the talisman. Slightly surprised, he finally took out his own magic weapon, a golden ring, which, judging from its spiritual energy fluctuations, was at least a high-grade second-tier item. "Golden ring, it was you all along." The moment the woman in purple saw the magical artifact, she recognized the identity of the person chasing her. She gritted her teeth and took out another defensive talisman to activate. Just as the two of them were pushing their spiritual power to its maximum, the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them finally attracted the mysterious existence underground. The earth began to tremble, and then a crack appeared, growing larger and larger like a giant mouth. A powerful devouring force instantly enveloped the two combatants in the sky. Not good. At this moment, the two could no longer care about attacking each other. They desperately activated their escape techniques, with two beams of light, one purple and one gold, flashing continuously as they struggled against the devouring power and flew outwards. However, their Foundation establishment cultivation level was clearly insufficient to resist, and their figures gradually fell towards the mouth that had split open in the ground. Chen Mobai, who was hiding in the shadows, finally witnessed the decisiveness of the native cultivators of the heavenly river realm. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and their bodies were shrouded in blood mist. But at that moment, the speed of their escape techniques suddenly broke through the limit. Then they each aimed their talismans and magical artifacts at the earth, unleashing their most powerful attacks, and actually managed to escape the area enveloped by the devouring power. Just when the two thought they had escaped, the mouth that had split open from the earth suddenly changed direction and quickly appeared below the masked monk. The earth opened its mouth again, and this time the masked cultivator used all his strength to devour it. In the end, he almost exhausted his life essence, and his whole body became thinner. His exposed skin withered before he barely managed to escape. The cultivators in the heavenly river realm are indeed incredibly resilient. They never give up until they are in dire straits. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Unfortunately, faced with the third crack in the earth, the masked cultivator, having exhausted his essence pills, had no other choice but to be swallowed into the earth in despair. In that instant, Chen Mobai's formless puppet, with its high-speed perspective, finally captured its true form. It was a mass that resembled neither stone nor flesh, exuding a jet-black luster. This is a precious elixir. Tai Sui is also known as the fleshy Lingjai, which is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy and can continuously absorb spiritual substances to grow. From the first to the fifth rank, the red ones are like coral, the white ones like fat, the black ones like lacquer, the blue ones like kingfisher feathers, and the yellow ones like purple gold, all of them bright and clear like solid ice. When Chen Mobai was studying at the Bushan Dao Academy, Lu Fengcheng told him that they raised a fourth-order Tai Sui in their small world. Every time they refined the nascent Soul 3 spirit medicine, they would cut off a piece and feed it to some spiritual creatures, and it would quickly grow back. It was a famous example of sustainable spiritual medicine in the immortal sect. The Tai Sui in front of them was as black as ink yet radiated a luster, clearly a third-tier spiritual object, and almost at the peak of the third tier. Chen Mobai was instantly tempted. If he could capture it, he would at least be able to collect one less main ingredient for refining the nascent soul elixir in the future. At this moment, Tai Sui changed direction again on the ground. It seemed to have earth-based escape techniques and quickly arrived at the feet of the purple-clad female cultivator. The earth cracked open, and the power of devouring reappeared. Just as the purple-clad female cultivator was filled with despair, a hissing sound, like a bird's chirp, rang out in the distance. She looked up and saw a majestic young man, like an immortal descending to earth, stepping out from the void. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy gathered in his palm, and a turquoise lightning bolt burst forth in an instant, piercing heavily into the gaping hole in the earth. According to the 5 elements theory, wood overcomes earth. Only after Chen Mobai formed his core did this perfected third-tier wood attribute lightning technique truly unleash its power in his hands. A deafening boom. The earth began to tremble, and streams of pitch-black Tai Sui blood began to gush out from the opening. A vast and boundless earth elemental force erupted, transforming into an earth-yellow radiance, which struggled to drive away the Yi-wood divine lightning. Although this Tai Sui did not understand cultivation, it had devoured spiritual things in this desolate land for countless years. The earth elemental power in its body was vast and powerful, almost at the third-grade high level. Relying on the strength of its energy, after suppressing the wood attribute lightning, it shrank on the spot, seemingly about to hide deep into the earth. But at this moment, Chen Mobai had already activated a killing move of the Crimson Flame Sword technique. 9 azure flame sword fiends plunged into the earth ahead of time, transforming into an azure net that caught the Tai Sui that was about to sink. As the Tai Sui sank down, it felt as if its whole body was being torn to pieces by 1,000 knives. An instinctive sense of crisis made it want to move to the left or right. The pale blue net closed towards the center as Chen Mobai clenched his right hand. After a pitiful cry, Tai Sui had no choice but to rush out towards the gap in the net that had not yet closed, that is, the upper part. Rumble! The earth shattered completely, and a huge black chunk of flesh, carrying the smell of earth and a vast amount of earth elemental power, surged out of the ground and rushed towards Chen Mobai in midair. Just as the purple-clad female cultivator exclaimed in surprise, an ancient bronze mirror flew out from Chen Mobai's sleeve, transforming into a huge round shield that blocked Tai Sui's desperate attack head-on. With a muffled thud, Chen Mobai's body trembled slightly. This Tai Sui's vital energy was excessively abundant. If he hadn't relied on the power of the magic weapon, he might not have been able to block it. After the first impact, Tai Sui's earthy yellow energy suddenly became even more concentrated, as if it were about to make a desperate attack. Chen Mobai clenched his right hand, controlling the azure flame sword, and the azure net enveloping the Tai Sui suddenly unleashed streaks of cyan light, instantly piercing through its interior and exterior. After a loud scream, the purple-clad female cultivator saw the powerful third-tier demon that had left her helpless turn into a blue hedgehog, spewing out black liquid as it fell to the ground. These liquids were also spiritual substances, and Chen Mobai did not waste them. He used his water control technique to collect them all. However, the most precious item is naturally this Tai Sui. He took out a talisman to seal the spirit's consciousness and affixed it. Since he didn't have a spirit beast pouch and this thing was alive, he could only put it into his own domain for the time being. After doing all this, he looked at the purple-clad female cultivator hovering in midair not far away. End of this chapter.